Chapter 321. After spending a lot of time at the Academy of Magic, when Sue-Yi returned to the City Lord's mansion, Kennard had already completed the procedures to hire Hart and the 500 elite soldiers with the help of a few assistants. As the first batch of new flyer guards, Sue-Yi warmly welcomed them on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. But unlike the other newly hired employees, the Chamber of Commerce guards didn't choose to take them to a restaurant. Instead, they had Kennard send an assistant to take them to the Falling Rain Valley. In the Falling Rain Valley, the new flyer had already opened up a large area for this group of guards. Apart from being the living quarters of the new flyer guards, this area of close to 10,000 square meters was also their temporary training and logistics base. Their first job was to take on the job of guarding the Falling Rain Valley. Now that the new flyer was going to move all the important facilities to the Falling Rain Valley, it could be said that the Falling Rain Valley was the foundation of the new flyer. No matter how powerful the defenses were, it wouldn't be excessive. After sending off the 500 elites, Sue-Yi discussed with Samo Count about Stark taking over 3 days later. Then he left the City Lord's mansion with Kennard and rode a carriage to Santon Manor. After entering Santon Manor, Kennard went to arrange the relocation work. Sue-Yi returned to his office and planned to tidy up his personal belongings. After tidying up for less than 10 minutes, the presidents of the small chambers of commerce in the Santon Industrial Park all came to visit. Seeing the over 100 people in front of him filling up his office, Sue-Yi couldn't help but ask with a smile, "What's going on today?" All of the guild leaders had actually gathered together. "Could it be that you're all on vacation today?" The group of people looked at each other before their gazes focused on the vice president of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, Kovac. Kovac pondered for a moment before squeezing out a smile and said to Sue, "Chairman Sue, we came together this time to ask you something." "Oh, what is it? Go ahead." Although Freeman was the chairman of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, it was Kovac who suggested the establishment of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce. After the establishment of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, although Kovac was only the vice chairman, he played the role of the main decision-maker, while Freeman was only in charge of production management. In other words, Freeman and Kennard had the same position as New Flyer CEO. Instead, Kovac was more like Sue-Yi, in charge of New Flyer's affairs. Therefore, compared to Freeman, Kovac's words represented the wishes of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, the Ireland Chamber of Commerce was the leader of the component factories in the Santon Industrial District. Therefore, they were recognized by many other small companies as their representatives. Most of the time, Kovac would represent the small companies in the Santon Business District. Now that there were so many people gathered here, and they had chosen Kovac as their representative to talk to Sue-Yi, it could be seen that the matter these small companies cared about wasn't a small matter to them. So although Sue-Yi's tone was relaxed, his expression was very serious. Although these component factories were very small, they represented the foundation and future of the magic machine industry. Sue-Yi had always attached importance to them. Kovac hesitated a bit before asking, "Chairman Sue, we heard that your new flyer is moving. Where did you hear this news?" Sue-Yi looked over everyone's faces. "Do we still need to listen?" A president of a small chamber of commerce shouted. A chairman of the board of directors called out, "We've seen things being moved out of Santa Manor a few days ago, and we've seen many magic machines being moved out. Could it be that this isn't because your new flyer is moving out?" "That's right. Chairman Sue, are you really moving out?" With someone taking the lead, the others all began asking questions. "Why are we moving? Isn't it fine here?" "Before moving out, Chairman Sue, why didn't you tell us anything?" "We weren't prepared at all." "Chairman Sue, your new flyer is moving out this time. Will you never come back?" "Chairman Sue, are you moving out because Banta City is changing city lords?" "Chairman Sue, everyone be quiet," Kovac suddenly shouted out, suppressing everyone's voices. "Don't be like this." With so many people asking at once, how could Chairman Sue answer? Everyone looked at each other before looking at Kovac again. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Kovac gave a satisfied nod before turning to Sue-Yi to ask, "Chairman Sue, everyone came this time to talk about your new flyer moving out. Why is your new flyer moving out? You don't plan on keeping this place?" He looked at Kovac with a strange gaze, thinking that this fellow was quite the leader. After pausing for a bit, he replied, "We are moving this time to put our company's research department and production department together, making it easier for the company to operate in the future. This is something that I've already decided on. As for this place, it's not that we don't plan on keeping it since it's such a large manor. We can't just give it up like this, right? Then why didn't you tell everyone before moving out? You even had us ask around to confirm this news." Kovac's voice had a trace of reproach. He slightly knit his brows. "This is an internal matter of our new flyer. Is there a need to notify us? How can it not be necessary?" Kovac clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. Kovac's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. "Chairman Su, our small companies are all cooperating with your new flyer. So no matter what changes your new flyer has, you should let us know ahead of time, so we can prepare ourselves." He looked at Kovac with an even stranger gaze. "What do you need to prepare yourself for? For example, if your new flyer moves out, how will our cooperation with your new flyer be handled?" Kovac asked. "I don't understand what you mean." He was puzzled. "Our cooperation is guaranteed by the contract, so we do what we need to do. What does it have to do with our decision to move? This isn't the same." Kovac shook his head. "Let me give you an example. Chairman Su, in the past, when we received orders for parts from your new flyer, the final products were sent directly to Santon Manor. Now you're all moving to Falling Rain Valley, which is more than 50 kilometers away from here. It's a bit unreasonable for us to send the finished products over such a long distance, right?" He immediately understood what he meant. "In other words, you're not willing to bear the extra shipping costs." Kovac nodded. "That's right. Chairman Su, your new flyer is large and might not care about a mere 50 kilometers of shipping costs. But for small companies like us, even a single gold coin is important. 50 kilometers of shipping costs isn't a small number for us. So I feel that you should at least discuss this matter with us in advance." "Okay, I admit that this was my oversight." He nodded. He looked at the chairman of the other small companies and asked, "Is this also your idea?" Most of the people remained silent. Only a few presidents of small chambers of commerce nodded their heads. Seeing everyone's reaction, He understood. These small companies clearly had the same intention, but because of Su Yi's face, or perhaps because of how powerful New Flyer was compared to them, they didn't dare to directly ask Su Yi for a request. Thus, they gathered together and wanted to use their collective strength to make Su Yi take them seriously. Su Yi was both gratified and disappointed with their thoughts. From New Flyer's point of view, Su Yi was naturally very disappointed. These small companies were established and developed with the support of Su Yi and New Flyer. Now, they came to haggle with New Flyer because of small benefit. They were simply ungrateful. But from a personal point of view, Su Yi was gratified with this situation. Because these small companies could have this awareness, it meant that they were gradually forming and also knew how to unite. This meant that the component manufacturing industry they represented had begun to take shape. For Su Yi's dream of establishing an industrial system, this was a very gratifying phenomenon. Thus, Su Yi thought for a bit and continued, "Since everyone is here, then speak your concerns. As long as it's a reasonable idea or request, you can raise it. Although we're all business partners, it's better to make some things clear. Don't you think so?" Hearing Su Yi's words, the expressions of these small companies' presidents instantly relaxed. Actually, coming to negotiate with New Flyer was a lot of psychological pressure for them. First, not mentioning how the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had helped these small companies, which made them feel bad for haggling with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, just based on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's scale and status that surpassed theirs, adding in the fact that they were the leader of the magic machine industry. It gave them enough pressure. If Su Yi ignored all of their requests, they couldn't do anything. They couldn't even complain. It was a good thing that Su Yi was as tolerant of them as before, allowing them to speak freely now. Right, very right. Chairman Su, it's not good for everyone to keep some things in their hearts. Once they're out, no matter how big the problem is, we can discuss and solve it. Don't you think so? That's right. Actually, we came this time mainly because we're worried. If your Frestec Chamber of Commerce leaves, It's like there's something missing in our hearts. It'll be empty, and we won't be able to feel secure. That's right. Chairman Sue, New Flyer is our pillar of support. If you're going to move, I thought you were going to give up on us. I was so scared that my face turned white. Haha, you're exaggerating. Do you think we don't know what kind of person Chairman Sue is? How could he give up on us? That's right. Sue maintained his smile as he listened to everyone's chatter. He quickly began to consider the problems they'd just mentioned. Kovac was right. The transportation fee of 50 kilometers wasn't important to New Flyer, but it was too important to these small companies. The reason for this problem was that the contract wasn't complete enough. That was why such a loophole had appeared. This was also because of the mentality of both sides. Before this, when these small companies cooperated with New Flyer, they could only listen to Sue Yi's orders. They didn't dare to negotiate with Sue Yi. But now it was different. These small companies had developed and started to have their own demands. Of course, they hoped to negotiate with New Flyer. Sue Yi didn't dislike this. He transmigrated from Earth, where business was extremely developed and prosperous. Therefore, in his opinion, the more professional a business cooperation was, the better. The contract should be extremely detailed and have as few loopholes as possible. But the problem was that Sue Yi and these small company presidents weren't professionals. When they signed a contract, they discussed it with everyone else. Of course, it wouldn't be that detailed. Now that these problems had arisen, Sue Yi began to seriously consider this matter. But the biggest problem was, where would they find such a professional? Chapter 322. 3 days later, when the people of Banta City woke up early in the morning, they found that Banta City was a bit different from normal. The most obvious thing was that there were many fully armed city guards on the streets. There were 2 of them at every intersection, almost guarding all the streets of Banta City. If one looked carefully, they would find that the large streets and small alleys of the city were very clean today. The small stalls that were normally placed on the side of the road had all disappeared today, like they had been erased by someone. The shops on the side of the road didn't sell their products outside like normal, but rather they were all placed inside the shops. They were all placed neatly, without any mess at all. Even the ground, which was usually a little messy, was extremely clean today. There were even some glossy places where one could see the reflection of a person. People were a bit surprised at first, but then they quickly reacted. 3 days ago, the Banta Times had reported on the large matter that would happen today. Banta City would be changing city lords. Since the current king took the throne, Count Samo had been appointed as Banta City's city lord, and it had been 15 years since then. After such a long time, the people of Banta City had already become used to his existence. For most of the people of Banta City, when they mentioned the Lord City Lord, they would only think of Count Samo. Many people of Banta City had even forgotten the surname of the Lord City Lord. They just knew that he was the Lord City Lord. After being used to this for a long time, now that there was suddenly a change in City Lord, when the people of Banta City learned of this matter, they felt a bit awkward and emotional. In the 15 years that Count Samo had been Banta City's city lord, he had always been very responsible. Even if in the past 10 years, because of Banta City itself, Count Samo didn't make Banta City rich, for the citizens, being able to fulfill the basic duties of a city lord was already very satisfying. In the past 10 years, even if Count Samo didn't develop Banta City's economy, he had managed the city quite well. In these 10 years, although Banta City hadn't reached the point where they didn't close their doors at night, it was still well managed, and there wasn't any chaos at all. Moreover, what the citizens praised the most was that he strictly controlled the large and small nobles of Banta City, not allowing them to bully the citizens. Under his management, there were very few cases of nobles bullying normal citizens in Banta City. Moreover, if they were found, the nobles that committed the crime would be severely punished by Count Samo. To the commoners, just this point alone was enough for them to support the city lord. Moreover, this was only the first 10 years. When the New Flyer suddenly appeared and drove the development of Banta City, greatly increasing the economy of Banta City, Count Samo wasn't stingy with using the extra tax from the city lord manor to improve the living conditions of Banta City. In these 2 years, Banta City had completely changed. First, not mentioning the construction of the two banks of the Sandy River outside the city that was almost finished, or the road network outside the city that involved a large amount of money. Just the fact that Bana City had a public transport system made people's lives much more convenient. Moreover, just a few days ago, there were magic street lamps installed on the main streets of Bana City. Just like the new city square, when night came, these magic street lamps would light up and light up these streets. When the people of Bana City walked these streets at night, they didn't have to walk in the dark like before. Moreover, these street lamps were only the first phase of the project. According to the plan announced by the City Lord Manor, the magic street lamps designed by New Flyer will be installed on every street in Banta City in the future, lighting up all of Banta City at night. It would turn Banta City into the city that never sleeps that Count Samo had announced in the Banta Times. The citizens of Banta City had been looking forward to this day, looking forward to the arrival of this day. But since 3 days ago, when they saw the news in the Banta Times that Banta City would be changing city lords, their hearts were filled with uncertainty. Count Samo was about to leave, so would the various projects that were beneficial to the citizens of Banta City still be carried out as planned? There is no need to worry at all. Count Samo had a confident smile as he said to the Banta Times editor-in-chief Nashi, "Although I'm leaving Banta City, Chairman Sue and the New Flyer are still here. These projects that you say can change the appearance of Banta City. To be honest, most of them were proposed by Chairman Sue to me. Even most of the money spent on these projects came from New Flyer. The City Lord Manor can't take out that much money. So that means that as long as Chairman Sue and the New Flyer are here, everyone doesn't need to worry about these problems." The two of them were currently waiting with a large group of people on the side of the road outside Banta City's North Gate. Today was the day that Count Stark was taking over as City Lord. As the previous City Lord, Count Samo had led all the important people of Banta City to welcome Count Stark. Before Count Stark arrived, Nashi asked Count Samo for a short interview. But these municipal projects can only be carried out with the support of the City Lord's mansion. Nashi frowned. Nashi said with a frown, "Now that the Lord City Lord is leaving, everyone is worried that Count Stark City Lord Manor won't support these projects like you. I've said it before, there is no need to worry." Count Samo's smile disappeared, and he said with a serious look, "Since Count Stark is taking over as our Banta City's City Lord, naturally he will do his best to develop Banta City. These projects are all beneficial to Banta City, so Count Stark will naturally continue to support them on behalf of the City Lord Manor." Nashi hesitated a bit before secretly gritting his teeth and asking, "But Lord City Lord, I've heard that the Stag family has a problem with Chairman Sue and the New Flyer. Aren't you worried that after Count Stark becomes Banta City's City Lord, he won't support the New Flyer because of this, or even suppress them?" Count Samo's face sunk. "Where did you hear this? Make it clear for me. Even if the Stag family has a problem with Sue, and the New Flyer, it isn't related to Count Stark being Banta City's City Lord. Count Stark is Banta City's City Lord from this day forth, and the New Flyer is one of the most important companies in our Banta City. For the development of Banta City, of course you will support the New Flyer like me. How can you make wild guesses?" Although Count Samo's tone was very strict, Nashi nodded in agreement on the surface. His lips couldn't help curling slightly, revealing the true emotions in his heart. Because Count Samo's words were very righteous, clearly showing that he supported Count Stark. But if one carefully analyzed his words, they would find that before Count Stark even came, he had already put him in a very awkward position. According to the meaning of Count Stark's words, since Count Stark was Banta City's City Lord, he had to consider the development of Banta City. That meant he had to support the New Flyer that was very important to Banta City's development. If he didn't support it, that meant he wasn't considering the development of Banta City. With such a large hat on his head, how could Count Stag not have any scruples? Moreover, Count Samo had even defined the strength of this support, which was supporting the New Flyer like him. How did Count Stark support the New Flyer? As long as it was a Banta person who was used to reading the Banta Times, they would see Count Stark support for the New Flyer in the Banta Times. Moreover, Count Stark had given the most important construction projects in Banta City to Sue, and the New Flyer, to take care of. This was equal to treating the new flyer as a part of the city lord manor. This kind of support, how could a normal city lord do this? But if Count Stark couldn't do this, it would mean that he wasn't considering the development of Banta City. It had to be known the Banta Times sold over 50,000 copies a day, so the people of Banta City had already developed the habit of getting information from the Banta Times. Now that Nashi had interviewed Count Stark at this sensitive time, of course it would be published in the Banta Times. This meant that Samo Count Stark's words would be known by all the people of Banta City through the Banta Times. For the normal citizens, Samo Count Stark's words were a warning to Count Stark. If Count Stark didn't do well, he would instantly become the target of public criticism. Chairman Sue, do you think that when Samo Count Stark sees him later, will he introduce you and your new flyer to him? In the crowd not far away, Chairman Cruz of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce asked Sue E in a low voice. Probably not. Sue E shook his head. Sue E shook his head. I specially mentioned this matter to the Lord City Lord yesterday, hoping that he wouldn't introduce me and our new flyer. The Lord City Lord agreed. Why? Chairman Cruz was a bit confused. Although I understand that you want to keep a low profile in front of Count Stark, do you think that's possible? Count Stark must have gathered enough information on our Banta City before coming and adding in the Stag family. Cool. It's impossible for him to not notice you in your new flyer. That is something that Count Stark needs to consider. It's unrelated to me. Sue E gave a shrug and said in a relaxed voice, when there's no need, it's better for me to keep a low profile. But Chairman Cruz wanted to keep asking, but he suddenly heard the surrounding people become noisy. Gazing into the distance, he saw a row of carriages slowly making their way towards him. There was no need to guess. This was clearly Count Stark. Chapter 323. Count Stark was around the same age as Samo Count. They were both over 50 this year. But compared to Samo, who was always filled with energy, Count Stark was only 2 or 3 years older, but he seemed much older and his face was even more serious. After coming out of the horse carriage, other than revealing a kind smile to Samo Count, when he met the others, he had a serious face and his expression didn't loosen at all. Moreover, when he faced the nobles of Banta City, his attitude was completely different from when he faced the business representatives. Although his expression was also serious, when he faced the nobles, it could be seen that he was quite normal. However, when he met the business representatives, there was a hint of disdain and condescension that was not obvious under his serious expression. The only exception was when he met Sue E. After meeting Sue E with Samo Count Stark's serious face finally loosened a bit, and his expression became a bit strange. After carefully looking at Sue E for a while, Count Stark suddenly shook his head and gave a soft snort. It wasn't easy for His Majesty to give you the title of a noble, but you're lowering yourself to be a merchant. You really are letting down His Majesty's appreciation and losing face for us nobles. The expressions of the surrounding business representatives became very ugly. Although the status of the merchants in the Lampuri Kingdom couldn't compare to the nobles and couldn't even compare to the farmers, even if the nobles felt disdain for the merchants, there wasn't a single noble who would be so bored as to say this in front of the merchants. The status of merchants was very low, but successful merchants had large amounts of money. Money was useful whether it was on earth or in the signs. With enough money, even if the merchants didn't have a high status, their lives were much better than most commoners and even nobles who weren't good at business. Moreover, although it wasn't convenient for many large nobles to do business due to their status, they would find some agents to do business for them or cooperate with merchants. In the end, no matter how high one's status was, it couldn't be used as food. If they wanted to live a luxurious life, if they didn't rely on business to earn some money, ordinary nobles wouldn't be much better off than ordinary civilians. As a result, the relationship between the nobles and merchants in the Lampuri Kingdom had always been strange. The nobles looked down on the merchants, but they wanted to live the same luxurious life as the merchants. The merchants envied the status of the nobles, but from the bottom of their hearts, they looked down on the nobles who were always full of a sense of superiority but could not do anything practical. It just so happened that both sides had what the other side needed, so cooperation was a win-win situation for both sides. In the end, it became a situation where the nobles and merchants worked closely together while looking down on each other. This relationship was undoubtedly extremely awkward, even morbid, but this was the reality of the situation in the Lampari kingdom, and even in most of the signs. Take the large merchants of the Lampari kingdom as an example. Not to mention the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce that was clearly opened by a large noble like the Joel family, even the Armani Chamber of Commerce, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, and the Serene Chamber of Commerce that didn't seem to be related to nobles had the shadows of nobles behind them. The chairman of these chambers of commerce had interacted with the nobles frequently, but this was the first time a noble had openly expressed his disdain for the merchants in front of them. If it was a normal small noble, an old merchant like Chairman Rank, Chairman Cruz, or Chairman Vincent wouldn't care and would even reprimand them without any courtesy. But the one who said this was Lord Count, and it was Lord Count who came from the Stag family. It was even Lord Count who was about to become Banta City's city lord. No matter how dissatisfied they could only lower their heads and try their best not to look at Count Stag, not daring to express any of their true thoughts. Only Sui slightly raised his head and looked at Count Stag before saying with a faint smile, "Lord Count Stag, I don't feel that being a merchant is lowering my status, and I don't feel that I'm losing face for nobles. To me, the identity of a noble is just a reward from His Majesty. What I really care about is the identity of a merchant." Count Stag raised a brow. "What? Are you willing to degrade yourself?" Sui's face sunk a bit before he said with a serious look, "Lord Count Stag, I don't understand your meaning. If you're saying that I'm willing to degrade myself by becoming a merchant, then please forgive me for not agreeing." Everyone was surprised. No one thought that Sui would contradict Count Stag in front of all these people. Count Stag had just arrived in Banta City today and was about to become the city lord. According to convention, he would definitely do some things to establish his authority. Everyone was clear that at this time, they had to act honestly in front of Count Stag. They had to try their best not to run into Count Stag's gun, otherwise the consequences would be serious. So even if they were very dissatisfied with Count Stag's impolite words, none of the business representatives dared to say anything. Now that Sui was directly opposing him, this was simply sending himself to the muzzle of his gun. Chairman Cruz's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help looking up at Sui. He wanted to signal him to take back his words, but he found Count Stag's cold eyes looking over. He quickly lowered his head again and didn't even dare breathe loudly. When he lowered his head, he knew that this was bad. Based on the meaning in Count Stag's cold eyes, he was clearly here for Sui. Thinking of the Stag family's attitude towards Sui and the new flyer, Chairman Cruz's heart turned even colder. Sui was in trouble this time. As expected, Count Stag was silent for a bit, as if he was a bit surprised that Sui dared to contradict him. Then he asked in a deep voice, "What? Why don't you agree? Could it be that I'm wrong?" Chairman Cruz couldn't help looking up at Sui again. He desperately prayed in his heart, hoping that Sui would admit his mistake and avoid this matter. As long as he avoided today, even if Count Stag wanted to cause trouble for Sui, there would be time to deal with him. However, Chairman Cruz knew that his prayers were just wishful thinking. With his understanding of Sui's personality, he knew that this fellow either didn't express his opinion, or once he did, he wouldn't easily change it. This personality could be called tenacious if it was good, but it could be called stubborn if it wasn't good. As expected, hearing Count Stag's question, Sui simply nodded and said, "That's right. Sir Count, I think there's a problem with what you're saying. Although according to the kingdom's laws, nobles enjoy more rights than ordinary people and more than merchants, so they have a higher status. But I've always believed that no matter who it is, no matter what status they have to bear the corresponding obligations while enjoying rights. Since the nobles enjoyed more rights, they had to take on more responsibilities. Otherwise, what difference is there between them and vermin?" As soon as Sui's voice fell, there was the sound of cold air being sucked in from the surroundings. Everyone looked at Sui in shock, simply not daring to believe what they had just heard from his mouth. Perhaps what he said wasn't wrong. This was his true opinion. But he actually dared to say this in front of Sir Count, and it was after Count Stag had just expressed his opinion. This was simply showing that he wanted to go against Sir Count. Was he seeking death? Count Stag slightly narrowed his eyes as a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. It was clear that he never thought that Su-Yi wouldn't back down at all and would even speak even more fiercely. Chairman Su, are you saying that we nobles are vermin? Don't forget, you're also a noble. Count Stag said in a cold voice. Seeing the doubtful and shocked gazes of the Banta City nobles around him, Su-Yi revealed a faint smile and shook his head. No, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say that whether it is a noble, a merchant, or a farmer, no matter who it is, if they can't bear their responsibilities and obligations, they are vermin. Sir Count Stag, don't you think that I'm right? Count Stag wanted to scold Su-Yi for speaking nonsense, but he couldn't refute Su-Yi's words at all. He could only give a forced nod and say, this is indeed correct. But Chairman Su, what you meant just now wasn't like this, right? You said that since nobles enjoy more rights, they have to bear more obligations. Could it be that you aren't blaming nobles for not doing this? Su-Yi said in a thoughtful voice, Sir Count Stag, I think you've misunderstood my meaning. I just wanted to say that if nobles want to maintain a higher status, they have to put in more effort. If they aren't willing to put in effort to maintain a higher status and enjoy more rights, isn't this a very unreasonable matter? Count Stag said with a strong snort. How is it unreasonable? If you can't have a higher status and enjoy more rights, what is the point of being a noble? For example, Chairman Su Stag, if His Majesty took away your noble status, would you be willing? Su-Yi revealed a faint smile. His Majesty is this wise. How could he take away my noble status for no reason? Just the fact that you are both a noble and a merchant is enough to take away your noble status. Count Stag said with a cold snort. Chairman Su Stag, let me tell you. The kingdom's royal parliament is currently investigating your dual status, and once the royal parliament decides that you can't have two identities, you will be forced to keep one identity. At that time, could it be that you still want to keep your noble status? Everyone was startled once again. No one had thought that the kingdom's royal parliament would actually conduct a special investigation because of a small baron like Su-Yi. Count Stag's question was right. At that time, what choice would Su-Yi make? Chapter 324. Chairman Su really were too impulsive. Chairman Rank looked at Su-Yi and said with a sigh. After meeting the new city lord, Count Stark clearly said that he didn't need any merchants to accompany him. So the Banta City business representatives that went to greet him left and gathered at Chairman Rank's private residence. At this Banta City Business Union conference, Su-Yi became the center of attention again. Although many people secretly admired Su-Yi, feeling that he actually dared to refute Count Stark's attitude towards the merchants. To many people, Su-Yi was indeed too impulsive and didn't care about the consequences. Count Stark was the new city lord of Banta City, and Su-Yi and the new flyer were companies under Banta City's jurisdiction. So naturally, they would be under his jurisdiction in the future. Now that Su-Yi had openly offended Count Stark, it would be strange if Count Stark didn't cause trouble for him and the new flyer. Why do you all have such heavy expressions? Different from everyone else, Su-Yi had a relaxed look. The one refuting Count Stag to his face is me, not you. If Count Stag wants to cause trouble, he will definitely come for me and not you. The others looked at each other and revealed bitter smiles at the same time. Chairman Vincent gave a sigh before shaking his head and saying, Chairman Su, everyone isn't worried about who he will cause trouble for. Rather, they are worried about the attitude of the new Lord City Lord. That's right. Chairman Cruz also gave a sigh. This new Lord City Lord doesn't like us merchants. I suspect that it will be hard to do business in Banta City in the future. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Because they had taken control of Banta City's public transport system, the First and Carriage Company had joined the business union. Chairman Pompey was also at this conference, and seeing the size of his peers, he couldn't help giving his opinion for the first time. Banta City is developing this quickly with the tax revenue from last year, being close to 10 times the previous year. To be blunt, it is all because of us merchants. We have paid most of the tax revenue, so I think that no matter how much Count Stark looks down on us merchants, he should recognize this fact and won't do anything to us, right? Won't do anything, Chairman Cruz said with a snort. It isn't like you didn't see what happened today. If we're talking about contributions to Banta City's development, who here can compare to the new flyer and Chairman Sue? But didn't you see what Count Stark did? He was clearly trying to cause trouble for Sue E today. Of course, speaking of this, Sue E, you are indeed too impulsive. Even if Count Stark is deliberately causing trouble for you, you don't need to oppose him like this, right? Sue E gave a shrug. Since I know that he is deliberately causing trouble for me, what meaning is there in avoiding him? He is the new Banta City Lord. Could it be that I can avoid him if he wants to cause trouble for me? But you don't need to completely offend him, right? Chairman Cruz said with a frown. Could it be that you think an important person like Count Stark would be offended because of a few words from me? His attitude towards me was already decided before he came. It can't be changed. Chairman Cruz fell silent. This was because everyone knew that the new flyer and Sue E clearly belonged to Her Highness 70's faction, and the Stag family had announced that they would support His Highness Eric to become the next king. Count Stark wanted to cause trouble for Sue E and the new flyer. It wasn't because of a few words from Sue E. Rather, it was something that was decided the moment he became Banta City Lord. The meeting room fell into a strange silence for a moment. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. After a while, a merchant with a lean appearance and small eyes said in a soft voice, Actually, I feel that. Count Stark is only targeting Chairman Sue and not targeting all the merchants of Banta City. So I think, if the new flyer withdraws from our business union, wouldn't it be better for everyone? Everyone's eyes fell onto this lean merchant. Their eyes were filled with shock, doubt, and confusion, as well as a bit of excitement. Chairman Lawrence, what do you mean by this? Without waiting for Sue E to speak, Chairman Cruz slapped the table and pointed at the lean merchant with his other hand as he angrily said, At this time, you actually want to have the new flyer withdraw from our business union? Do you even have a bit of conscience? Did you forget? Your company almost went bankrupt last time, and it was Sue E who gave you the magic kettle technology ahead of time, without taking a single cent. He also gave you all kinds of production magic machines for free and sent skilled workers to teach you, allowing your company to come back to life. You're actually saying this now? You're being ungrateful. Chairman Lawrence's face turned red with shame. He lowered his head and refuted in a soft voice. We didn't give him a single copper coin later on. Chairman Cruz was even angrier as he slapped the table again and loudly cursed. You think that just because you gave him money, it didn't count as Sue E helping you? If Sue didn't help you back then, you might have jumped into the Sandy River to commit suicide. What qualifications do you have to sit here and shamelessly say these words? Chairman Lawrence was angered by Chairman Cruz's straightforward reprimand, so he suddenly looked up and loudly said with a red face, That's right. It was Chairman Sue who helped us before. But I'm thinking from the perspective of all the merchants in Banta City. We're just some weak merchants. How could we go against the Lord City Lord? Now that Chairman Sue is being targeted by the Lord City Lord, we can't just throw ourselves in, right? Bullshit. You can just say that you're being ungrateful, but you still dare act like you're being righteous. You really are disgusting. Chairman Cruz spat on the ground and wanted to curse again, but Sue E reached out to stop him. All right, Chairman Cruz, stop cursing. Although I'm very disappointed in Chairman Lawrence, his suggestion isn't bad. I'm already prepared to face Count Stark's anger, but I can't implicate my peers in the city. So I've decided. Sue E turned to Chairman Rank. Chairman Rank, from this day forth, our new flyer will withdraw from the business union. The meeting room was silent for about a second, and then it exploded in an instant. Chairman Sue, are you joking? You're actually withdrawing from the business union? Is there a mistake? Your new flyer is one of the largest companies in Banta City. How can you casually withdraw from the business union? That's right. If even your new flyer withdraws, is there a need for the business union to exist? It's not necessary to withdraw, right? I feel that Chairman Lawrence is worrying for nothing. That's right. It's not necessary at all. Everyone kept chattering, but Sue just smiled without saying a word. After a while, everyone naturally stopped. Seeing the expression on Sue-Yi's face, everyone knew that Sue-Yi had already made his decision and it was impossible for him to change it. Chairman Rank shook his head with a bitter smile. Chairman Sue, why do you always do things so fiercely? Sue-Yi replied with a smile. Because time waits for no one, I don't have that much time to use a gentle and slow method to achieve my goal. President Rank let out a long sigh and said, I can see that your ideals are far greater than what I can imagine. All right, since you've already made your decision, I have nothing else to say. I use my status as the business union chairman to approve your new flyer's withdrawal from the business union. All right, many thanks for Chairman Rank's understanding. Sue-Yi nodded and turned to the others. As the new flyer's chairman, I promise everyone that although our new flyer has withdrawn from the business union, everyone in the business union will still be our new flyer's best partners. Withdrawing from the business union won't affect our cooperation. Of course, that's on the premise that you have the guts to cooperate with our new flyer. Sue-Yi's joke was so cold that no one smiled. Everyone stared at Sue-Yi. Some people wanted to say something, but they realized that there was no point in saying anything. Thus, the meeting room fell into silence again. After a while, Chairman Cruz suddenly slammed the table and said to Chairman Rank, since it's like this, then good, our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce also applies to withdraw from the business union. Chairman Rank, please approve. Everyone looked at Chairman Cruz in shock. He was only a young man in his 20s, so it was understandable that he was young and impetuous. Cruz was a middle-aged man who was about to turn 50. How could he be as impetuous as Sue? However, this was only the beginning of everyone's astonishment. After President Cruz, more than 10 other presidents of various chambers of commerce also submitted their applications to President Rank to withdraw from the union. To be qualified to participate in the business union conference, of course, there were companies with a certain status in Banda City. Although these companies couldn't compare to Chairman Cruz's Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, they couldn't be considered small companies. Now that they had chosen to withdraw from the business union, over half of the companies participating in this conference had chosen to withdraw. Chairman Rank could only reveal a bitter smile as he looked at Sue-Yi and said, Chairman Sue, Banda City's business union has been established for close to 100 years. I never thought that it would only exist in name today because of your withdrawal. I really don't know if I should be angry or admire you. Sue-Yi revealed a smile before saying with a sigh, Chairman Rank, you should know that this isn't my idea, but rather everyone's choice. I can only say that the times have changed. Chairman Rank looked at Chairman Cruz and the other representatives who applied to withdraw before finally looking at Sue-Yi and slowly nodding. That's right, the times have changed. Chapter 325. Count Stark's reaction was very quick. When Count Samo left Banda City after handing over his work to him, he officially became the City Lord. In less than a week, the new City Lord Manor made a measure. There was no problem with this measure on the surface because when the new City Lord took office, he decided to investigate Banda City, especially the land use situation. This would allow the new City Lord to familiarize himself with the situation, so he could take some measures. But in practice, they quickly found the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. His first goal was to find Santon Manor. Santon Manor was Viscount Sandon's private manor at first, but because Viscount Sandon's family went bankrupt, he had no choice but to sell the manor and the land it occupied. It was bought by Sue-Yi for a high price, and then Sue-Yi turned it into a small production base for the new flyer. When Count Samo was the city lord, no one felt that there was a problem with this. But when Count Stark took over as the city lord and began investigating the land use situation in Banda City, he began questioning the current situation of Santon Manor. According to the notice from the City Lord Manor, because Santon Manor was Viscount Sandon's manor, that piece of land belonged to private residences. According to the laws of the Lampari Kingdom, private residences couldn't be used for business purposes. This meant that although Sue could buy this manor from Viscount Santon, he could only use it as his private residence and couldn't turn it into a production base for the new flyer. In this situation, the City Lord Manor's notice ordered Sue to immediately change Santon Manor. He had to move the new flyer factory out as soon as possible. Otherwise, according to the laws of the kingdom, the City Lord Manor had the right to take back the land that Santon Manor occupied. Once this notice was sent out, it immediately attracted a large amount of criticism in Banna City. It had been more than a year since New Flyer had turned Santon Manor into a production base, and no one had ever found any problems with it. The former mayor, Samo Count, hadn't expressed any opinions about it. Wyatt Stark immediately ordered Sue to make changes as soon as he took over. But the Banta Times had published a rule from the Lampari Kingdom Land Use Act on the front page. According to the description of this rule, Santon Manor's current situation was indeed a violation of the rules. The City Lord's Manor's actions were based on the law and weren't wrong. Moreover, the Banta Times also stated in the corresponding article that this situation wasn't impossible to avoid. If after Sue bought Santon Manor, he applied to the kingdom's royal parliament to use it as a business and obtain their approval, there wouldn't be any problems. According to the rules of the royal parliament, the territories of the nobles belong to the nobles themselves. No matter what the nobles did with their territories, it was their private matter, and no one else had the right to interfere. But this territory belonged to Viscount Santon in theory, so if he wanted to use it for commercial purposes, no one had the right to question it. But Sue had bought this territory from Viscount Santon, so according to the rules of the royal parliament, although this land belonged to Sue, as for how it was handled, Sue couldn't be as free and unrestrained as Viscount Santon. In short, the City Lord's Manor's announcement for Santon Manor didn't have any problems on the surface. Hey, Chairman Cruz spat out a mouthful of spit. There's no problem on the surface, but who wouldn't care about feelings? Viscount Stark, he is clearly targeting you. Sue revealed a faint smile. What? You only learned about this today? Chairman Cruz looked at the relaxed Sue with a confused look and couldn't help asking, Hey, I say, aren't you worried at all? Count Stark has already made a move against you, and you're planning on just watching? What else can I do? Sue, he spread his hands. You just said it. You can't find any problems with what he said on the surface. Moreover, he is our Banta City's city lord, so no matter what he does, he has his reasons. I am just a normal merchant in Banta City. Could it be that I can go against the kingdom's laws and the City Lord's manor? Chairman Cruz said in a depressed voice. Then you're just sitting here and waiting for death. What do you mean by waiting for death? So he asked back. Didn't I already expect this matter? So I prepared ahead of time? Chairman Cruz was stunned before coming back to his senses. His eyes opened wide as he looked at Sue in disbelief. I say, it can't be that you already knew that he would make a move against Santon Manor. So you moved ahead of time, right? It's fine if you say it like this. But I already knew that he would target me and our new flyer, so I prepared ahead of time. I never thought that he would make a move against Santon Manor. He really is anxious. Sue said. Chairman Cruz glared at him. Since you already knew, why didn't you prepare a bit more? With your relationship with Her Highness 70 and Samo Count, it's just a matter of filling in the paperwork. It can be easily solved. Why would Count Stark not let go of this problem and make you this passive? If I said, I did it on purpose, would you believe it? Sue said with a faint smile. On purpose? Chairman Cruz was stunned. He knit his brows and asked, why did you leave something for him to use? You have to change Santon Manor now. Could it be that there are benefits for you in the new flyer? Of course there are benefits. Although there will be some losses from moving out of Santon Manor. In the long run, our new flyer's foundation will still be in the Falling Rain Valley. We will need to gather the research and production departments of the company sooner or later, making it easier to manage. Sue said, as for the benefits for me, you might as well ask me about the disadvantages for Count Stark. The disadvantages for Count Stark. Chairman Cruz was confused. What disadvantages for him? No one can find any problems with him doing this. Even if Her Highness 70 supports you, she can't do anything to him because of this matter. So what losses can he have? There are some losses that can't be seen on the surface. Sue revealed a smile of deep meaning, but he didn't plan on explaining to Chairman Cruz. After pausing, he changed the topic and asked, "All right, let's discuss this later. We should discuss what your company should do next." What is there to do? When it came to the matter of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Cruz's face filled with anger. He said with a cold laugh, "Our respected Lord City Lord has said that he wants to investigate and has ordered our company to stop all projects in and out of the city, not allowing us to work. Our company's people have been idle at home for several days now. Based on this, we might not be able to work in the future. Isn't that good?" Sue revealed a smile. "Didn't you always say that you were lacking people, and there were many things you wanted to do that you couldn't do? Now that we've been forced to stop work, you can take those people who are idle to other places. Isn't it easy to work? I have a bunch of projects for your company to do." Chairman Cruz gave a sigh and shook his head. "Actually, I'm not worried that the company won't have any business. Rather, I'm worried that if this continues, our company's foundation in Banda City will be destroyed. Our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce was established in Banda City and has always been developing in Banda City. If Count Stark insists on doing this, I might have to consider moving our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce out of Banda City like you." "What? You also have this idea?" Sue was a bit surprised. He thought that Chairman Cruz didn't have an irreconcilable grudge with Count Stark like him, so he definitely wouldn't decide to move the new flyer out of Banda City like him, breaking away from Count Stark's influence and control. But he never thought that Chairman Cruz would not only stand with him at the business union conference, he would also make the same choice as him on this important matter. "Of course, if there was a chance, I wouldn't be willing to move our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. But based on the current situation, I'm afraid there isn't much hope." Chairman Cruz looked at Sue and said with a bitter smile, "Based on the attitude of our new Lord City Lord, he should be on the same side as you. He won't let you off, so of course he won't let me off." Sue patted Chairman Cruz's shoulder and said with a sigh, "Sorry, I've implicated you." Chairman Cruz laughed and shook his head. "What are you implicating me for? If it wasn't for cooperating with you, how could our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce have developed to this scale in such a short period of time? Because of you and the new flyer, I was able to realize my dream of developing the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce into one of the largest companies in the Lampari Kingdom. I only feel gratitude towards you. How could I feel that I've been implicated by you?" Sue was silent for a moment and then nodded. "Since it's like this, then I won't say any more meaningless words. In short, since you've chosen to advance and retreat with me and the new flyer, then we'll maintain this cooperative relationship in the future. Don't worry, I'm confident that as long as you continue to cooperate with me, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce will not only become one of the largest companies in the Lampari Kingdom, but it will also become one of the largest companies in the signs." Chairman Cruz laughed. "Of course I have confidence in you. But Sue before that, shouldn't you think of a way to let the new flyer survive? Otherwise, all of these words will be meaningless." Sue laughed and looked in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. He narrowed his eyes, and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Let the new City Lord continue to perform. I'm sure he doesn't know that this performance is actually a script that I've written for him." Chapter 326. The Santon Industrial District had been a bit deserted recently. Since New Flyer received the orders of the City Lord's Manor and moved the last bit of magic machines and workers out of the Santon Manor, they dismantled the factories inside and turned the Santon Manor back into a manor. The entire Santon Industrial District seemed to have lost its vitality and became much quieter. Before, when the Santon Industrial District was lit up every day, there would be the sounds of various magic machines and the sounds of metal hitting each other, making the entire district very lively. But since New Flyer moved out, although there were all kinds of sounds that came from here every day, it made people feel that there was a lack of energy, making these sounds seem weak. "Chairman, this is a sample that has just been finished. Take a look." A worker handed a newly polished component to Freeman, who was leaning against the factory's gate, causing him to wake up from his daze. Taking the part, he looked it over and touched it with his hand. Freeman immediately knit his brows and gave the part back to the worker. No, the surface isn't smooth enough. The joints need to be polished again. Also, measure the length again. I think it's definitely too long. The worker took a vernier caliper to measure it and found that the length of the part was indeed around a millimeter longer. He looked at Freeman with a look of admiration. "Chairman, you really are God. You actually know how long it is just by touching it with your hand and looking at it with your eyes. But it's less than a millimeter longer. Isn't that fine?" Hearing this, Freeman stood up and knit his brows. He looked over this worker before suddenly giving a cold snort and pointing at him as he said, "Just based on what you said, this month's bonus is gone." This worker was instantly surprised. "Chairman, it can't be, right? I was just saying something. Why are you taking away a month's worth of bonus?" Seeing that the worker actually dared to talk back, Freeman angrily said, "Humph, you actually dare say it's less than a millimeter longer? Do you know that the industry we work in is a very demanding one? Not to mention less than a millimeter. We can't even miss a tenth of a millimeter. Do you understand?" The worker wanted to say a few more words, but he was pulled away by the two workers beside him. One of them pulled him away while saying in a low voice, "Are you stupid? Can't you see that the chairman is in a bad mood these days? You're provoking him at this time. Aren't you seeking death?" That worker wasn't convinced as he looked up and said, "So what if he's in a bad mood? Can't I give my opinion? Isn't it just a single wrong word, and he's taking away a month's bonus? Damn, if you anger me, I won't be working here anymore." "Not working here?" The other worker said, "Chamber of Commerce, Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce is Chamber of Commerce, has the Chamber of Commerce, has the highest salary, and also the least overtime work. What do you work of overtime? Then again, you just now Chamber of Commerce. Let me tell you, we are in the business of processing components, so we have to be very precise. Why is the business of Chamber of Commerce? Of God's, of course. Of Freeman's. If you don't understand this, I'm afraid you won't be able to continue working here. Rayleigh, you really did say something wrong. Do you know that the reason why the chairman is so strict with the data of the parts is because he was taught a lesson by new Flyers Chairman Sue? Chairman Sue is the person our chairman admires the most. If you dare to disdain his words, it's no wonder that the chairman scolded you." "Humph, that Sue isn't a king. You don't even allow me to express my opinion on what he said?" Although Rayleigh was still a little unconvinced, since he had already been pulled away, he no longer stubbornly continued. After muttering a few words, he obediently continued to bury himself in his work. Freeman, who was still standing at the entrance, had actually heard the conversation between the three workers clearly. His face was cold as he watched Rayleigh begin to work seriously again. Only then did his expression become somewhat restrained, and he once again leaned against the door. He looked in the direction of Santon Manor, his thick eyebrows deeply knitted. New flyer moving out of here, not to mention the impact on the Chamber of Commerce, just for Freeman himself. It made him very depressed. Freeman was just a normal farmer from Ireland Village. He was so poor that he couldn't even feed his family. Since participating in the New Flyers' Big Stomach King competition and meeting Sue, his life had completely changed. First, he obtained a magic harvester from Sue, allowing Freeman to earn several dozen gold coins in a short harvest season with this magic harvester, greatly improving his and his family's lives. After that, when he listened to Kovac's suggestion and established the Ireland Chamber of Commerce with several other farmers, Sue had given him even more help. Not only did he provide machines, he also provided manpower and technology. Even the first order after the company was established was directly given to him by Sue. It could be said that the Ireland Chamber of Commerce being able to develop to this scale, becoming the leading company in Banta City's component processing industry, earning 10,000 gold coins a year that Freeman never dreamed of, was all because of Sue. So Freeman had always been grateful to Sue in his heart, while also admiring him. To Freeman, Sue was equal to his second parent. But now that Sue and New Flyer had moved out of Santon Manor, it made Freeman's heart feel like it was missing something, making it feel very empty. Freeman wasn't a sentimental person. Now that he had such an indescribable feeling, it would only make him feel incomparably irritated. leaning against the door and looking at the silent Santon Manor in the distance. Freeman was in a daze for a while before he suddenly spat on the ground. That damn Count Stark. He had to cause trouble for Chairman Sue. Now that Chairman Sue and New Flyer have been forced out, I want to see how he can keep being the City Lord. Not to mention cursing the Lord City Lord. The previous Freeman didn't even dare have any disrespectful thoughts towards the Lord City Lord. But now that Count Stark was targeting Sue, even an honest person like him couldn't help exploding in anger. He was actually bold enough to curse him like this. After cursing Count Stark a few times, Freeman suddenly saw a horse carriage gradually approaching on the road in the distance. Freeman recognized that it was the Fersen Carriage Company's public transport horse carriage, and his heart skipped a beat as he came forward. The horse carriage stopped in front of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, and Kovac jumped out of the horse carriage. Freeman immediately came over and pulled him to the side, asking in a low voice, "How is it?" Kovac deeply knit his brows and slowly shook his head. "Not much. I went to the city to ask around, and because the Lord City Lord stopped many construction projects, many companies have less orders, so the orders for us have also decreased. I'm worried that if this continues, Banta City will become a pool of stagnant water." Humph! If it wasn't for our new Lord City Lord forcing the New Flyer away, how could Banta City become like this? Freeman said with a cold snort. Freeman gave a cold snort. It was fine when Count Samo was here, but this Count Stark has only been here for less than a month, and he's already turned the lively Banta City into this. He really has some skills. Kovac shook his head with a bitter smile. There's no use complaining. After all, he is the aloof Lord City Lord. Even Chairman Sue had to retreat when he caused trouble for him. What can small people like us do? Freeman anxiously walked around a few times before suddenly giving a strong nod as he made his decision. Kovac, how about we also move? Kovac was surprised. We also move? Move to where? Of course it's the Falling Rain Valley. It's near the New Flyer. Freeman said, Count Stark has already said this in the Banta Times. He thinks that agriculture is the foundation of the kingdom. Business doesn't matter at all. So when he was Banta City's city lord, he focused on developing Banta City's agriculture and didn't focus on business development like Count Samo. Since it's like this, what meaning is there in us staying here? It's better to just move. That's also right. But Freeman, the Falling Rain Valley is land that the New Flyer rented from the royal family. So even the Banta City's city lord isn't qualified to meddle in it. For the current New Flyer, this land is very important. Do you think they'll agree to let us build a factory there? Kovac asked with knit brows. How do you know if you don't try? Freeman said with a fierce look. Chairman Sue has always supported our company. I think that he won't be an exception this time. Then again, didn't you say last time that there were many companies in Banta City that wanted to move? Even the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce seemed to have this idea. Since these large companies want to move, what is there to hesitate about? Kovac seriously thought about it before slowly nodding. It seems like this is the only way. In order to deal with Chairman Sue, this new Lord City Lord has implicated us, small companies. We don't have the capital to fight the Lord City Lord. It seems like we can only run. Freeman patted Kovac's shoulder and comforted him. Relax. Our Ireland Chamber of Commerce being able to develop is all because of Chairman Sue and the New Flyer. It isn't related to this idiot city lord at all. I'm confident that as long as we can follow Chairman Sue, this bit of loss isn't anything. We can definitely earn back several times in the future, or even several dozen times. Kovac gave a bitter laugh. Although I'm also confident if we leave Banta City like this, it really is. After saying this, Kovac stopped and looked in the direction of Banta City. He gave a sigh and shook his head. If we small companies all run, what difference will there be between Banta City and before? It was hard to find such a good environment to develop, but now we have to see it being destroyed. I really feel pity for Banta City. Freeman gave a cold snort. This is a problem that our great Lord City Lord should consider. I don't care if they die. Chapter 327. The large and small companies of Banta City were all unsettled because of Count Stark's actions after taking over as the city lord. While their hearts were moving, the falling rain valley 60 kilometers away from Bana City was peaceful and busy, as well as filled with vitality. The new flyer that had moved out of Santon Manor wasn't affected at all. Everyone was busy with their work, and they were still busy with their work. The entire company was running smoothly. Not to mention the leaders of the company led by Sue, not showing any emotions. Even the normal workers were calm and didn't show any signs of disturbance. This wasn't strange. Perhaps to the other companies of Bana City, or even the normal people, Santon Manor was a very important place for New Flyer. Now that Count Stark was targeting Sue, New Flyer had to move out. Losing this important base, it would be a serious blow to New Flyer and Sue, so it wouldn't be a small effect. But in reality, Santon Manor wasn't as important to New Flyer as other people thought. The Santon Manor in the beginning was indeed very important to the Frestac Chamber of Commerce, because when the Frestac Chamber of Commerce moved here from Viscount Leslie's territory, they only had a magic machine workshop and a household magic machine workshop. Although this Santon Manor wasn't big, it was equal to the Sheenfei Chamber of Commerce's production base, so there was no need to mention its importance. However, after a year of development, the Falling Rain Valley had been gradually developed, and New Flyer's main production base had gradually moved to the Falling Rain Valley. In the current Falling Rain Valley, there were as many as 8 workshops that came from the Household Magic Machine Workshop. When New Flyer produced household magic machines before, they could only squeeze into a single workshop. It was very crowded, and the environment could be considered very bad. But after the Falling Rain Valley workshop was finished, Sue had extravagantly prepared a workshop for each household magic machine. For example, just for the production of magic fans, he had specially prepared a magic fan factory. This magic fan factory's workshop was even bigger than the 2 workshops in Santon Manor added together. Whether it was the space or the overall environment, it was naturally much better. So when the Falling Rain Valley gradually took on the task of producing the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's products, the 2 workshops in Santon Manor didn't actually start producing. Under Su Yi's instructions, this place gradually became New Flyer's Mechanical Research Center. It was different from the Academy of Magic that studied the magic arrays of various magic machines. This research center mainly studied mechanical designs. The magic mechanical engineers represented by Camby and the other dwarves had countless results in Santon Manor. Just this year alone, they had made 13 improvements to the agricultural magic machines. The reason why Bana City's spring planting went so smoothly this year, even being a few days faster than last year, was because of this mechanical research center. So it could be said that this mechanical research center was very important to New Flyer, but it was different from the importance of the production workshop. The most important things in the production workshop were the people, the place, and the machines. If they were forced to move from here, of course it would greatly affect the normal operations of New Flyer. But for the research center, the most important things were the various data they had developed. These things wouldn't be affected by moving. At most, it would delay them by a day or 2. So in summary, although New Flyer was forced to move out of Santon Manor, their overall work progress wasn't affected at all. On the contrary, because the main mechanical engineers of the Mechanical R&D Center were dwarves, now that they had arrived at the Falling Rain Valley, they were able to reunite with their dwarven relatives and friends who had settled down in the Falling Rain Valley. This caused the enthusiasm of Kanbai and the other dwarves to surge. Among these people, the only ones who were affected and felt that it was inconvenient to move here were the researchers of the Academy of Magic. The Academy of Magic was in Bana City before, so these researchers could wander around Bana City in their free time. But the Falling Rain Valley was 60 kilometers away from Bana City. Even if the First Chamber of Commerce opened a public horse carriage between the Falling Rain Valley and Bana City at Su Yi's request, it was still very inconvenient to go back and forth. However, they were just a little uncomfortable with it. Not a single researcher complained about it. After all, Su Yi rarely showed a strong attitude towards moving, and these researchers were already used to working and living at the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce. If they lost this excellent job that was hard to come by because they angered Su Yi, no one was willing to accept this. Moreover, Life in the Falling Rain Valley wasn't like they imagined. It was very boring being away from Banda City. Rather, with Su Yi's investment that didn't cost anything, adding in the highest quality construction of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, as well as the decorations of the Night Song Tribe's elves, as well as the repairs of the over 4,000 dwarves that settled here. The Falling Rain Valley's environment was so good that it made everyone sigh in praise. There were many researchers who felt that working in such a remote place was very dissatisfying, but after getting off the horse carriage, they were deeply attracted by the environment and forgot to complain. After half a month, all the employees of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce that had moved from Banda City had quickly integrated into life in the Falling Rain Valley. They instantly became one with the dwarves and elves of the Falling Rain Valley, getting along very well. Chairman Su, it seems like you're right. Humans are actually a very inclusive race. As long as there is something that brings both sides together, humans can quickly become friends with any other race. Elder Elugia looked at the elves in the distance who were chatting enthusiastically with some human workers. They were even amused by the words of the human workers from time to time, and she couldn't help showing a gratified smile on her face. Before working with Su Yi, she never thought that her clansmen would get along so well with the humans. Su Yi laughed before looking at the human workers who were curiously looking at the elves in the distance and saying, "Before we really came into contact with the elves, we humans thought that the elves were arrogant and hard to approach. But after being together for a long time, everyone has found that the elves only look arrogant on the surface, but most of them have pure hearts, are very simple, and are easy to get along with. For example, the first time I saw Agnes, she was very arrogant, like she was hard to approach. But now I only treat her as a normal little girl. When I'm angry, I'll even hit her head and won't care if she's an elf or not." Elder Alicia revealed a faint smile. When she was about to speak, the space around them suddenly distorted and Agnes' figure appeared. She had an unconvinced look as she shouted at Su Yi, "Chairman, I'm already 86 years old this year. I'm several times older than you. I'm not a little girl." Su Yi broke out in laughter, "But Agnes, 86 years of age for you elves is equivalent to us humans being underage. Is there a problem with me treating you as a little girl?" Agnes rolled her eyes. She couldn't think of a way to refute Su Yi's words, so she could only argue, "Then I wasn't that arrogant the first time I saw you, right? You're still not arrogant? Do you still remember the first thing you said to me?" Su Yi asked with a smile. "First thing?" Agnes slightly knit her brows. After thinking for a bit, she shook her head. "I forgot. I still remember. The first thing you said was human. I don't believe you. Do you dare say that this isn't arrogant enough?" Su Yi asked. "It's like this?" Agnes tried her best to remember and finally remembered the first time she met Su Yi. "I'm not being arrogant. I'm just speaking the truth. This is because whether it is the elders or the clan elders, they always told me that humans are too cunning and can't be easily trusted. When I saw Chairman, it was my first time seeing a human, so of course I didn't dare believe you." Su Yi turned to look at Elder Alicia and complained, "Respected Elder Alicia, is this how you teach your clansmen? You should at least let Agnes know that there are good and bad humans, right? Not every human is cunning and untrustworthy. For example, me," Elder Alicia said with a faint smile. "There's no other way. Agnes is still young. She doesn't have the ability to tell which humans are trustworthy." Su Yi gave a shrug before looking at Agnes and saying, "Look, it isn't that I'm saying you're young, right?" Agnes gave a soft snort and turned around, looking like she didn't want to care about Su Yi. Su Yi couldn't help breaking out in laughter again. The previous Agnes definitely wouldn't do something like this. The reason why she became like this, even acting spoiled like a little human girl, was definitely because of Steel's influence. Thinking of Steel, Su Yi thought of another problem. He asked Elder Alicia, "Elder Alicia, now that Banda City has a new city lord, I'm afraid my promise of letting Steel be your representative and help you create an elven company won't work." "Why? Didn't you tell me before that it wouldn't be a problem? Why can't it work now?" Elder Alicia revealed a trace of doubt. "Because it was Count Samo who was the city lord before, so I was very confident in passing any request I made. But now that there is a new city lord, my relationship with him isn't that good. Elder Lucia looked at Sue and shook her head. I really don't understand. You humans clearly have many rules and regulations, but there are many times when you don't follow them and make decisions based on the relationship between both sides. Could it be that the relationship between you humans is that important? That is certain, Sue said with a nod. For example, Elder Lucia, if I and another human you aren't familiar with were to make the same request to you, and you could only agree to one, who would you choose? Of course it would be you. Elder Lucia replied without any hesitation. You see, this is the effect of relationships. Sue said. Elder Lucia pondered for a moment and then slowly nodded. I roughly understand. But the relationship between you humans is still very complicated. That's why you want a clansman to integrate into us humans and learn how to deal with these relationships, right? Sue said with a smile. Elder Lucia thought for a moment and then revealed a smile. You're right. All right, Chairman Sue, regarding this matter, I think you must have a corresponding solution, right? Otherwise, I don't think you would take the initiative to bring it up. Sue smiled and gave Elder Lucia a thumbs up to show his appreciation. See, you at least understand me very well now. Yes, although directly establishing an elven chamber of commerce is temporarily impossible, there is still a temporary alternative. Sue paused and then said with a serious expression, this method is to affiliate. Chapter 328. The so-called affiliation, strictly speaking, it was a kind of cheating method. On Earth, there were many small companies that didn't have the qualifications to do business. They would choose to affiliate their company with a company that had the qualifications to do business. This method was very common on Earth, but it wasn't common in the signs. When Sue was considering how to solve the problem of establishing the elven processing factory that belonged to the Night Song tribe, he thought of this method that was very common on Earth. After carefully considering it, Sue proposed to Elder Lucia that the plastic processing factory should be under the name of New Flyer. In name, the plastic processing factory belonged to New Flyer, but whether it was the workers or the management, they were all elves of the Night Song tribe. Moreover, New Flyer only had the rights to the plastic processing factory in name. Actually, when it came to matters related to the factory, New Flyer and Sue couldn't meddle in it. So in reality, this plastic processing factory belonged to the Night Song tribe and wasn't related to New Flyer at all. Actually, this could be considered taking advantage of a loophole in the Lampari Kingdom's business laws. In the Lampari Kingdom's business laws, because there weren't any rules for other races establishing companies, this could be used very flexibly. Sue could use his good relationship with Count to help the Night Song tribe solve this problem, but because of Count Stark's appearance, he couldn't make this request to Banta City's City Lord Manor because it definitely wouldn't pass. But because of this situation, there weren't any restrictions, so Sue could take advantage of this loophole. He could take all the elves that Elder Lucia had prepared for the plastic processing factory as workers of New Flyer, allowing these elves to avoid many problems with their labor cards. Then in private, Sue had signed another contract with Elder Lucia, stating that all rights to the plastic processing factory belonged to the Night Song tribe and New Flyer didn't have any right to decide. According to the Lampari Kingdom's laws, as long as a private contract didn't go against the kingdom's laws, it was sacred and couldn't be violated. This made this contract legal and reasonable, so there weren't any problems. Like this, not only could the plastic processing factory work like a normal human company without being hindered on the surface, it allowed Elder Lucia's goal of having her clansmen train in human business to be achieved. It also allowed New Flyer to not be doubted. It's impossible not to be doubted. 70 shook her head. 70 shook her head, but there are indeed many loopholes in the kingdom's laws, so you can only be considered doing this. Sue looked at 70 with a strange gaze. Your Highness, based on your words, you're not prepared to change the law to fix this loophole. At least it's impossible for now. 70 shook her head. 70 shook her head. The kingdom's high level is currently arguing about agricultural development or business development. So during this period of time, no one will care about a small matter like a loophole in the business laws. What's the result? He asked in a concerned voice. Is it those who care about agriculture or those who care about business? There's no result for now. Otherwise, Count Stark wouldn't be targeting your new flyer all over Bandit City. 70 looked at and said in an apologetic voice, I've implicated you. I'm really sorry. No, this isn't implicating. He shook his head. To me, it's very important for the kingdom to support business development. If the kingdom is filled with stubborn conservative people like Count Stark who only care about agriculture, then it'll be hard for me and New Flyer to take a single step forward. Relax, that won't happen. 70 shook her head with a faint smile. Actually, the nobles of the kingdom will always have differences, disputes, and even fights because of their own benefits. Count Stark is clearly targeting you because he wants to show the will of the Stag family. The Stag family is a noble with the most territory in the kingdom, so of course they will support agricultural development. This is a typical example of but deciding one's head. He helplessly gave a sigh. It's impossible for them to not see the benefits of developing business, and it's even more impossible for them to not see that agricultural development and business development can move forward together. There isn't any real contradiction. So in the end, Count Stark isn't doing this to suppress our new flyer. He's just ensuring the position of the Stag family. That's right, but Count Stark has only been Banta City Lord for a month, and he's already reduced the prosperity of Banta City by half. When I went around Banta City yesterday, I found that there were much fewer people compared to last time. Many of the shops on the side of the road were closed, and the streets were very desolate. 70 said in an emotional voice, to be able to change a city this much in just a single month, I really admire Count Stark's abilities. Then are you and His Majesty just watching him do this? He couldn't help rolling his eyes at 70. I thought that your highness came looking for me this time to tell me the good news that Count Stark was finally being transferred away. It's a pity that it's impossible. 70 could hear the resentment in Su Yi's voice and revealed a smile. Count Stark has only been Banta City Lord for a month, and he doesn't seem to have done anything wrong on the surface. So even Royal Father can't find a reason to transfer him away. Moreover, you should be clear that him being able to become Banta City Lord is the result of a tacit agreement between all the nobles of the kingdom. Both sides want to see if developing agriculture or business is more beneficial. Then Banta City will become a testing ground. He gave a cold snort. I have to say, this decision really is meaningless because there is no need to prove this. This was because there was no need for proof. Developing agriculture was to maintain the foundation of the kingdom's normal operations, while developing industry and commerce was the hope for the kingdom to become stronger. Banta City has finally become prosperous because of the development of the magic machine industry, but now it has almost been destroyed by this decision. Could it be that His Majesty doesn't know how serious this is? Actually, Yi really wanted to say that these nobles and even His Majesty were brainless for having this idea. How could they use a developing Banta City that might become the center of the Lampari Kingdom's economy to do this kind of bullshit experiment? Moreover, it was clear that the side that supported agricultural development had the advantage because the one who became Banta City Lord was Count Stark, who belonged to that side. Of course, in front of 70, he didn't dare call His Majesty brainless. Of course, Royal Father knows, but he doesn't have a choice. 70 said with a sigh, to suppress the opposing voices, there has to be an obvious fact that everyone can see in Banta City is very suitable. As for the situation in Banta City, whether it is the Royal Parliament or the major newspapers of Ambilmar City, I think that everyone can clearly see the changes in Banta City. Since it can be seen, why are you continuing the experiment and letting Banta City and even the entire Lampari Kingdom suffer losses? He kept asking. The time is too short. 70 shook her head. No matter what, Count Stark has only been here for a month. To let everyone see the most direct comparison, at least he needs to pass the fall harvest and the end of the year accounting. Then wouldn't it take half a year? He immediately knit his brows. If it's like this, Your Highness, I feel that my previous proposal should be implemented. Otherwise, when Banta City is ruined by Count Stark, we won't even have a chance to save it. It's already started. 70 nodded. 70 nodded. I came this time to tell you some really good news. I think that after you hear it, you'll be so happy that you'll jump up. Seeing the rare naughty smile on 70's face, Su-yi couldn't help feeling curious. Could it really be good news? Listen well. Seeing the expectant look on Su-yi's face, 70 revealed a faint smile before saying with a serious look, Honorable Baron Su-yi, in view of your outstanding contributions to the Lampari Kingdom, the Royal Parliament has decided to promote you from Baron to Viscount. Congratulations, Su-yi. From now on, you're the Honorable Viscount. You can treat Viscount Leslie as an equal when you see him in the future. Su-yi curled his lips in disdain. Che, I thought that it was some good news. Although I'm happy that I don't need to use honorifics when I see Viscount Leslie, this is just an empty title. There are no practical benefits to me. You think, if there aren't any practical benefits, why would Royal Father and I give you a title promotion? 70 asked back. A title promotion? Is there any special meaning to this? Su-yi knit his brows to think for a while, but he couldn't think of anything, so he gave up. 70 said with a smile, I'll give you a hint. According to the rules of the Royal Parliament, if a noble wants to have their own territory, the lowest title is a Viscount. Su-yi was stunned before his eyes popped out. It can't be, right? 70 nodded with a faint smile. Su-yi, don't faint from happiness. Because you have been promoted to a Viscount of the kingdom, you have the right to own a private territory. So with Her Highness 70's suggestion, which is my suggestion, the King's agreement, and the Royal Parliament's decision, the final decision is to give you a private territory. Chapter 329. Su-yi didn't faint from happiness, but he almost jumped up in joy. Having a private territory was a dream that he had since transmigrated to this world. The more he understood the social structure of the signs, the more he understood the importance of having a private territory. After opening the new flyer, especially after being chased out of the Stag family's territory in Banta City by Baron Belil, he longed for a private territory even more. There were countless benefits to having a private territory. Other than not being chased out by others, Su-yi could make any changes to his territory, and no one would dare criticize him because this was his privilege as the Lord. Other than this, the most important thing for Su-yi was that after having a piece of private territory, Su-yi could boldly set this territory as the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's base. He could use this to make long-term plans, and he wouldn't need to worry about being forced into a passive situation because of some unknown factor. To put it simply, in this territory, Su-yi was the king. He could do whatever he wanted, and no one was qualified to interfere. So when he heard 70 say that she would give him a private territory, Su-yi immediately gave a strange cry of excitement. He forcefully waved his fist and quickly asked 70, Where is this territory? It's best if it's not too far from Banta City, and it's best if it's not too small. At least let me put down a few factories, right? Your Highness, don't you think so? When Su-yi used this honorific title to 70 before, it meant that he was already dissatisfied and was planning on giving his opinion. But this time, he was clearly too happy and couldn't help using this honorific title. 70 saw Su-yi's flattering appearance and couldn't help smiling. After pursing her lips into a smile, she said, Honorable Viscount Su-yi, if you could choose your own territory, where would you choose? How big would you choose? Su-yi replied without hesitation, Of course it's the Falling Rain Valley. As for the size, it would be even better if you could give me the entire Falling Rain Valley. But I know that this idea is too extravagant, so... No, this idea isn't extravagant. 70 cut Su-yi off. Su-yi was stunned. It can't be right. Don't tell me. You really want to give me the Falling Rain Valley? 70 nodded with a smile. That's right. After discussing with my father, we obtained the Falling Rain Valley as your private territory from the Royal Parliament. We even increased the area to a total of 20 square kilometers. How about it? Are you satisfied with this territory? I'm satisfied. I'm so satisfied. Su immediately broke out in laughter. He excitedly looked around, as if he didn't know how to express the emotions in his heart. Then he suddenly came forward to hug 70, patting her back while shouting, "Your Highness, I really have to thank you. From this day forth, I will be your loyal fan." 70 was scared by Su Yi's sudden action. Feeling the strength in Su Yi's arm and the aura coming from him, her face couldn't help turning red. Actually, this was her first time being this intimate with a man other than her father. She had never even hugged her two big brothers before. Now that she was suddenly hugged by Su, she wasn't used to it, but she didn't feel any disgust at all. Rather, she felt very comfortable. This feeling, she could only feel it when her father hugged her when she was young, but it had been a long time since she felt it. In the end, Su reacted and quickly let go. He took 2 steps back and explained to 70 with an awkward look, "Your Highness, I'm sorry. I was too happy and couldn't help myself. I didn't do it on purpose." The blush on 70's face slowly receded, and she slowly shook her head with a faint smile. "It's fine. I understand the excitement in your heart. After all, our Lampari kingdom hasn't given land to nobles in a long time. But Su, I thought that you would always be calm and rational. I never thought that there would be a time when you would be this excited." Su laughed. "There's no other way. Everyone has this moment, and I'm not an exception. There will always be times when I can't control myself." 70 suddenly gave a sigh. "It seems like you normally only show your true side when you're with young Miss Steele. It's hard for others to see it." Su gave a shrug. "If you want to see it, you can just be with me like Steele." As soon as his voice fell, 70's face turned red again. Su was surprised before reacting. These words were too flirtatious. It could even be considered flirting. The problem was that it would be too deliberate to explain at this time, so the two of them fell into a strange silence. After a while, Su gave a cough and asked 70, "Your Highness, why is it that the Lampari kingdom hasn't given land to nobles in several hundred years, but now the royal parliament has agreed to give me land? I'm not that special, right? Giving you special treatment. Of course, there's a special request for you." The blush on 70's face slowly receded, and she said to Su with a serious look, "Su, royal father, and I hope that you and New Flyer can research more military magic machines. Although the Northern Army has the upper hand in the battle with the Sac Kingdom in the north, they are still far from defeating the Sac Kingdom. In order to permanently solve the problem of the northern border, Royal Father hopes that you could develop more military magic machines to help defeat the Sac Kingdom." Su was silent for a bit before saying with a sigh, "Your Highness, although I understand His Majesty and your thoughts, please allow me to be honest. Although war looks like it's a competition of the abilities and equipment of both sides, or rather war machines, the real competition is the economic conditions of both sides. Could it be that you don't think that the kingdom spends a lot of money on the northern border each year? Of course I understand this, but there's no other way. But this is something that can't be helped. The Sac Kingdom and our Lampuri Kingdom's enmity has never faded since the day the Lampuri Kingdom was established. If we don't fight back, we will be destroyed by the Sac Kingdom." 70 helplessly said, "I don't think that fighting the Sac Kingdom is wrong. Rather, I want to say that there is another important factor in war, which is money. To give an example, the magic trebuchet is very easy to use, but it costs the army headquarters 1,000 gold coins to buy a single magic trebuchet. With the current situation of the army headquarters, how many can they buy?" Su asked. 70 looked at Su with a bitter look. "Isn't it because your New Flyer's price is too high?" Su immediately complained, "Your Highness, it isn't that our price is high. It's that the cost of this thing is too high. Not mentioning anything else, just the steel needed to make a single magic trebuchet costs several hundred gold coins, not to mention the other materials, labor, research, and other costs. If we sell the magic trebuchet to the army headquarters, our company will suffer a loss. It would be strange if I believed you." 70 rolled her eyes at Su. "Although we might not earn that much, I wouldn't believe you if you said you would suffer a loss." Su gave a laugh. "All right, even if it isn't a loss, we are still a company after all. However, we're still a trading company, so we should at least be able to earn a little. 70 helplessly shook her head. No matter what, you're right. The army headquarters and the kingdom can't afford high military expenses, so Royal Father and I fought for this piece of land for you in hopes that you can contribute some of your strength to the kingdom, taking people's money to solve their problems. Since I've received such a large benefit, I should give a corresponding return. So he nodded. But Your Highness, I still have the same question. Even if our company can develop a series of military magic machines, do you think the army headquarters will have the money to buy them? If our company has to pay for it all, we definitely can't afford it. So to solve this problem in the end, we need to develop the Lampari Kingdom's economy and increase the kingdom's financial strength. The problems you mentioned, Royal Father and I are very clear on them. Otherwise, why do you think Royal Father would take such a large risk to have Banta City accept the test of those stubborn people? Why do we have to choose this time to give you this piece of land? 70 asked back. He thought about it before giving a slight nod. All right, I understand. It seems like His Majesty and Your Highness have placed their hopes on me and our new flyer. The pressure on me is very large. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility and pressure. I remember you saying this to me before. 70 said, you have already used facts to prove that you have the ability to change Banta City. Royal Father, and I believe that you also have the ability to change the entire Lampari Kingdom. The loss of Banta City isn't important. If we can shut the mouths of those stubborn nobles, allowing Royal Father to spread the magic machine industry, he has high hopes in every part of the kingdom without any scruples, allowing all the cities in the kingdom to become as prosperous as Banta City. It would be worth it even if Banta City was destroyed. This means that we'll keep our new flyer as a spark? Sui asked. Yes. 70 gave a serious nod. 70 gave a serious nod. You and the new flyer are the hope of the magic machine industry, which is a spark. As long as we keep you and the new flyer, I believe that this spark will become even larger in the future. It will release a large flame that will ignite the entire Lampari Kingdom. Are you confident? Who do you think I am? He revealed a confident smile. I'm very certain that this spark will become a very strong industrial flame. Not only will it ignite the entire Lampari Kingdom, it will also sweep through the signs. Chapter 330. To the south of the Sac Kingdom, near the Lampari Kingdom's border, there was a mountain range that wasn't too high, but it was very long. When the Lampari Kingdom was founded, they stole a large piece of land to the south of this mountain range from the Sac Kingdom. In the end, the two kingdoms used the Muerto Mountain Range as their border. The Sac Kingdom was in the north, and the Lampari Kingdom was in the south. Because of this, the Sac Kingdom, from the king to the citizens, all hoped to take back this land from the Lampari Kingdom. So since the Lampari Kingdom was founded several hundred years ago, the dispute between the two countries had never stopped. Although these two countries didn't have the courage or the economic strength to wage a full-scale war, there were still small conflicts that kept happening. The Sac Kingdom would invest large amounts of manpower and resources on this border each year. On average, they would lose several thousand people each year, resulting in a loss of several 100,000 gold coins. Although the Sac Kingdom always had the upper hand on the border, they didn't have that much of an advantage. After all these years, they had only pushed their territory from the foot of the mountain range when the Lampari Kingdom was founded to just past the mountain range. Every time they wanted to push forward, they would be met with strong resistance from the Lampari Kingdom's northern army. At the beginning of this year, under the proposal of the Sac Kingdom's king, after careful planning by the Royal Army, the Hungry Wolf Regiment guarding the southern border launched a large-scale attack that was completely different from before. Faced with the Sac Kingdom's large-scale attack, the Lampari Kingdom's northern army was caught off guard and couldn't resist at all. In just a short week, the Hungry Wolf Regiment had driven them out of their original territory, and the entire Muerto Mountain Range fell under the Sac Kingdom's control. The entire Sac Kingdom was very excited about this result. For the citizens of the Sac Kingdom, this had a strong symbolic meaning. It meant that the balance between the Sac Kingdom and the Lampari Kingdom had been broken, and the Sac Kingdom had won for the first time. It was the first time they had the advantage. For the Sac Kingdom's royal army, this was a result worth being happy about. That was because as long as they had complete control over the Muerto Mountains, they would have an absolute geographical advantage. For the Lampari Kingdom's northern battlefront army, if they wanted to counterattack, they had to attack from the foot of the mountain, which was much more difficult than attacking from the ground. That was the truth. When the Lampari Kingdom's northern army finally stabilized their footing from the Sac Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment, they took advantage of the fact that the Hungry Wolf Regiment was building fortifications in the Muerto Mountains to launch a counterattack. However, because they were at a disadvantage and faced with the firm defenses of the Hungry Wolf Regiment, they couldn't achieve anything at all. In the end, they could only leave over 1,000 lives and helplessly retreat. To the Sac Kingdom's army headquarters, this meant that the Sac Kingdom already controlled the Muerto Mountains. From now on, because of their geographical advantage, the Sac Kingdom could attack or retreat with the Muerto Mountains. The entire north of the Lampari Kingdom would be exposed to the fangs of the Hungry Wolf Regiment, and they could rampage as they wished. However, the good times didn't last long. After the cold winter at the beginning of the year, the Lampari Kingdom's northern army launched another counterattack. The Sac Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment found that the northern army's counterattack this time was incomparably fierce, and they found it hard to resist. In less than a month, the Hungry Wolf Regiment had already lost 2 mountains, and the defenses of the entire mountain range had been seriously damaged. If it wasn't for the Sac Kingdom's army headquarters immediately increasing the support of the Hungry Wolf Regiment and even bringing in the Fierce Tiger Regiment, the Muerto Mountains that were hard to obtain would have been taken back by the Northern Army. There was only a single reason for the Northern Army's sudden increase in battle strength, which was the change in the Northern Army's equipment. Before this, although the Sac Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment had the advantage against the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army, in the Hungry Wolf Regiment, they had always had a high evaluation of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army's battle strength. Because compared to the full equipment of the Hungry Wolf Regiment, the equipment of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army soldiers was a bit worse. When fighting the Hungry Wolf Regiment, the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army soldiers weren't even guaranteed a set of armor. Many of them were just wearing old leather armor. Moreover, their weapons were clearly very old. Whether it was their sharpness, weight, or quality, they couldn't compare to the weapons of the Hungry Wolf Regiment. There was no one who was clearer on how good equipment could increase a soldier's battle strength than the soldiers themselves. So the Hungry Wolf Regiment was filled with admiration for the Northern Army soldiers who were only at a disadvantage in this kind of difficult situation, being able to defend their position in the Muerto Mountains. The Hungry Wolf Regiment's commander Chalon Linear had privately expressed his emotions to his chief of staff, Ivy Joao, more than once. It was a good thing the Lampari Kingdom was too poor. Otherwise, if the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army had the same equipment as the Hungry Wolf Regiment, the Muerto Mountains would have been taken by the Northern Army already. And now, the thing that Chalon Linear was most worried about had happened. In this counterattack, Chalon Linear personally saw that every single soldier of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army was wearing a set of shiny and neat armor. At the same time, they were holding extremely sharp weapons that emitted a cold glint. Chalon Linear and the Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers were still in shock, but they were even more shocked to find out that the armor of the Northern Army soldiers was incomparably sturdy. Even under the rain of arrows, they weren't injured at all. Sharon Linear, who was a high-ranking general, watched as a Northern Battlefront Army soldier at the front was shot by at least a dozen arrows, but his armor only had a small mark. Not to mention being pierced through, it didn't even deform. When the Northern Army soldiers charged up the mountain and clashed with the Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers, the Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers were extremely shocked to find out that the quality of their weapons was far inferior to the Northern Army's. When both sides clashed, the weapons of the Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers would definitely be destroyed. Some of the weapons of the Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers were even weaker and were directly broken by the Northern Army's weapons. With such a clear difference in equipment and the fact that the Northern Army's fighting strength was much higher than the Hungry Wolf Regiment soldiers, a normal battle would have lost its suspense the moment the two sides clashed. Even if the Hungry Wolf Regiment had the advantage in terms of manpower and terrain, they still couldn't stop the Northern Army's charge. If it wasn't for the fact that the Northern Army chose to retreat after getting some results, the Hungry Wolf Regiment would have lost more than 2 mountains in the first week. After the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army's fierce counterattack, the Hungry Wolf Regiment's internal discussions were filled with both joy and doubt. Joy was that the Northern Army chose to retreat, so the Hungry Wolf Regiment didn't suffer a crushing defeat. They were also confused about this. The Northern Battlefront Army had taken the initiative and the advantage on the battlefield, but unexpectedly, they chose to retreat. Why was that? The answer would be revealed half a month later. After the Lampari Kingdom's first attack on the Muerto Mountains, they rested for half a month before launching their second attack. The Hungry Wolf Regiment had been prepared to receive the fierce attacks of the Northern Army with their advantage in equipment, but they didn't think that the Northern Army wouldn't attack up the mountain this time. Instead, they pushed out several strange-looking giant machines at the foot of the mountain. Then they saw countless giant rocks shoot out from these strange giant machines, accurately hitting the Hungry Wolf Regiment's defensive position on the mountain. Under such a continuous and powerful rock attack, the Tanlang Corps could not even hold on for an hour before they were defeated. Every time the Hungry Wolf Regiment wanted to use the terrain advantage to charge down the mountain and attack the strange giant machines, they would be met with a dense rain of arrows. The moment the Hungry Wolf Regiment's soldiers charged out of the camp, they would be turned into porcupines. Unable to defend, unable to attack, the Hungry Wolf Regiment's officers saw that the situation was not good and could only announce a retreat. However, the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army didn't choose to retreat this time. After taking down a position, they didn't show any mercy and continued to push forward one by one. When the Hungry Wolf Regiment found out that there were only 3 strange-looking giant machines and wanted to attack without the 3 giant machines, they were met with a rain of arrows. Adding on the fact that the Northern Army had the advantage in equipment, the Hungry Wolf Regiment's attacks were all in vain. In just a month of fighting, the Hungry Wolf Regiment had lost all of their positions in the Muerto Mountains. They were even chased out of the Muerto Mountains by the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army. Therefore, in just over 3 months, the situation between the two sides had completely reversed. Now, it was the Lampuri Kingdom's Northern Army that had the terrain advantage. Moreover, with their excellent weapons and equipment, as well as their arrows that didn't seem to cost money, as well as the 3 unimaginably powerful giant machines, the Hungry Wolf Regiment didn't have any hope of fighting back. But towards this result, including Chalon Linear, while everyone in the Hungry Wolf Legion was dissatisfied and angry, they were also filled with doubt. How did the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army suddenly become so rich? Chapter 331. Compared to the confusion in his heart, Sharon, the commander of the Greedy Wolf Legion, had no idea what was going on. Linear was even more worried about the following battle. Based on the strength of the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Battlefront Army, as long as they continued to press the advantage, Sharon would not be able to defeat them. Linear did not have any confidence that the Hungry Wolf Corps could block the enemy's fierce attacks. Even with the assistance of the ferocious Tiger Corps, it would still be a problem. But it was a good thing that after the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army took back control of the Muerto Mountains, forcing the Hungry Wolf Regiment and the Fierce Tiger Regiment to retreat 10 kilometers away from the Muerto Mountains, the Northern Army suddenly slowed down their attacks. They didn't continue to invade the Sac Kingdom's territory to the north of the Muerto Mountains. Rather, they began to rebuild their positions in the Muerto Mountains, preparing to defend to the death. According to the Army's Chief of Staff, Ivy, according to Joao's analysis, this should be because the Lampari Kingdom's Northern Army was afraid that if they went too deep into the Sac Kingdom, they would be swallowed by the Sac Kingdom's army, so they stabilized first. There was another possibility, which was that the Lampari Kingdom could display such a fierce attack before, because they were going all out to counterattack the Sac Kingdom. With the Lampuri Kingdom's national power, they could suddenly make this many weapons and armor for the Northern Army, as well as the arrows that were released without any cost. Adding in the power of those three machines, it completely surpassed Sharon's. Linear and Ivy, Joao's catapults must have mobilized almost all of the kingdom's forces. This terrifying consumption wasn't a problem for 1 or 2 battles, but if it continued for a long time, not to mention the Lampari kingdom that was considered poor among the surrounding kingdoms, even the relatively strong Sac kingdom wouldn't be able to last that long. So Sharon, Linear, and Ivy, after the discussion, Joao even began to consider a counterattack. Although the Northern Army had the terrain advantage and the Hungry Wolf Regiment would suffer heavy losses if they counterattacked, if the Lampari Kingdom's army controlled the Muerto Mountains, the Sac Kingdom's southern territory would be completely defenseless. If the Lampari Kingdom's northern army recklessly invaded the Sac Kingdom and caused chaos, the army headquarters wouldn't even need to hold them accountable. Linear wanted to slit his throat and commit suicide, but in Iway, under Joao's persuasion, Chao and Serone agreed. In the end, Linear gave up on the idea of counterattacking. It's best that we don't act rashly before we figure out what's going on. The General Staff Office has already noticed this special situation. I think it won't be long before the Intelligence Department sends back the corresponding information. It won't be too late to make a decision after we know the exact situation. With AI Way, Joao had worked together for more than 10 years. Linear trusted his judgment, so he suppressed the idea of counterattacking and patiently waited. The Northern Army was just like AI Way. As Joao had guessed, they didn't continue attacking. Thus, after 3 months of frequent battles and several reversals in the situation, both sides went through a very strange period of peace. When it was the middle of August, a messenger from the Sac Kingdom's capital, Talon City, came to the Hungry Wolf Regiment's camp not far from the Muerto Mountains. This messenger brought an order from the Army headquarters, as well as an intelligence report from the General Staff Office. The order was for the Hungry Wolf Regiment to not act rashly, to give up the idea of counterattacking, and to properly defend the kingdom's southern border. As for this intelligence report, it was about the reason why the Lampari Kingdom's northern army had such a strong change in equipment. After reading the report, Chao and Serone's face was filled with disbelief. Linear had a look of disbelief as he looked at AI Wei Joao in surprise. Joao said, "This is simply a joke. AI Wei, do you dare believe it? We weren't defeated by the Lampari Kingdom's northern army. Rather, we were defeated by a small company from the Lampari Kingdom that we've never heard of before. What is going on?" AI Wei took the report in a confused manner and carefully read it. When he finished reading it without missing a single word, AI Wei Joao had a look of deep thought. Although there was a look of disbelief on his face, there was even more worry. If what this report says is true, then our future situation may become very bad. Think about it. If those fellows from the Lampuri Kingdom's northern army didn't need to worry about weapons, they would even have several times more arrows than us. Adding in those terrifying magic trebuchets, how would we be able to resist them? Challen? Linear's expression instantly became serious. He took the report and seriously read it again before deeply knitting his brows. If those fellows from the northern army could keep attacking, our brothers wouldn't have been able to stop them. Could it be? Our Sac Kingdom will be attacked by the Lampari Kingdom? That's not impossible, Ivy League said. AI Wei Joao said in a deep voice. If our weapons can't keep up, then this isn't just your guess, and it will become reality. But our kingdom doesn't have that damn Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Challen Linear spat on the ground before raising his hand to make a cutting gesture on his neck. Since the report says that the core person of the New Flyer is their chairman, that fellow called Sue something. In order to stop helping the Lampari Kingdom's army with him and that New Flyer, it's better to directly take care of that Sue person. If they could, do you think the staff officers wouldn't do it? AI Wei said with a bitter smile. If we could casually take care of such an important person to the Lampari Kingdom, the Lampari Kingdom would have already been destroyed by us. Then what do? Do we watch as the Northern Army becomes stronger and stronger, and take care of all of us? Don't worry. Since the Intelligence Bureau has already found out about this, they will definitely take action accordingly, Ivy League said. AI Wei patted Challen Linear's shoulder. Linear's shoulder comforted him. Moreover, didn't the report say that those stupid Lampury people actually broke their own hands and feet to keep suppressing the new flyer? It's no wonder the Northern Army's attacks stopped after that. Without the support of the new flyer, the Northern Army wouldn't have been able to maintain such a powerful supply of equipment. Hey, those Lampury people really are stupid. If our Sac Kingdom had this new flyer, wouldn't we treat it like a treasure? It's fine if those Lampury people don't support it, but they are actually suppressing it. I really don't know if their heads are filled with shit. Linear said in a voice filled with schadenfreude. No matter what, they have given us enough time to react, Ivy League said. AI Wei Zhouao said with a faint smile. Believe me, with the abilities of the staff officers, they will definitely be able to do something beneficial to us. Challen Linear? Linear gave a soft snort. I don't like the way those staff officers do things. It's too sinister. No matter what the method is, it's fine as long as it can help us. AI Wei Zhouao said with a faint smile. I just hope that that fellow called Sue isn't too hard to deal with. Hashtag. While the two heads of the Hungry Wolf Regiment were analyzing a piece of information on a mountain 10 kilometers away in the Muerto Mountains, the Northern Army's 3rd Battalion's 5th Squad's Captain Leslie Stark was standing on a mountaintop. Stark, on the other hand, was frowning as he studied a piece of equipment that looked a bit like a bow, but had a completely different appearance and operation method. After playing with it for a while, Viscount Leslie still couldn't understand how this thing worked. He could only ask the Northern Army's quartermaster who had brought the equipment over, how does this thing work? The short and fat quartermaster revealed a flattering smile and took out a piece of paper from the wooden box that was transporting the weapons for Viscount Leslie. Lord Viscount, look, this is the diagram of how to operate this magic repeating crossbow. I think that with your intelligence, you'll understand how to operate it after looking at it once. It's that simple. Viscount Leslie doubtfully looked over the diagram and found that there were a few steps on the diagram that were very simple and clear. After looking it over twice, Viscount Leslie picked up a magic repeating crossbow and took out a cylinder that was around 1/2 meter long and 20 centimeters in diameter. Weighing it in his hand, he found that it weighed around 5 kilograms. According to the first step on the diagram, he installed the cylinder into the launcher under the magic repeating crossbow. After confirming that the cylinder was installed, Viscount Leslie raised the magic repeating crossbow with both hands. He aimed at a tree around 20 meters away and softly pressed a button on the magic repeating crossbow. So, with an explosive sound, an arrow flew through the air. Viscount Leslie could only see a shadow as it instantly hit the tree. Viscount Leslie looked around, and with his powerful battle strength as a 5th-grade warrior, he could clearly see that most of the arrow had sunk into the tree. It's actually this strong? Viscount Leslie couldn't help being shocked. Although he came from the Stag family, he had received a very strict education since he was young. Adding in his outstanding talent, he was also very good at riding and shooting. But he was very clear that even if he had the special elven longbow in his family's collection, it was impossible for a single arrow to have this kind of shocking effect. Thinking of the instructions on the diagram, Viscount Leslie raised the magic repeating crossbow again. He aimed at the tree and pressed another button. So the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and then there was a series of do sounds. There were a total of 50 arrows in the quiver, and they were all shot out in less than 5 breaths, piercing deep into the trunk of the tree. By the time the last arrow was shot, the dense rain of arrows had already pierced through the middle of the tree trunk. Following the powerful impact of the last few arrows, the entire tree creaked and actually broke down from the middle. The upper half of the tree fell to the ground with a boom, causing dust to fill the air. Viscount Leslie looked at the terrifying scene in front of him in shock before looking down at the magic repeating crossbow in his hand. He couldn't help cursing in a low voice as he shook his head and said with a sigh, This Su-E, he can actually develop such a terrifying magic machine. It seems like those grandsons of the Sack Kingdom will be in big trouble this time. Chapter 332. Count Stark had been feeling very unhappy recently, and was even a bit worried. It had already been 3 months since Count Satsuma became Banta City's city lord, but he still hadn't succeeded in doing a single thing. Before coming to Banta City, he thought that his family making him the city lord was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. To him, Banta City's problem was a piece of cake. He could just send someone over, and even if it was Baron Belil who was already in Banta City, it wouldn't be hard for him to take care of it. The reason why he came in the end was because Banta City had become the center of the conflict between the Lampari Kingdom's 2 large factions. The Stag family had paid a large price to obtain the city lord position with great difficulty, so naturally they couldn't afford to lose it. Banta City was just a small city, so it was impossible for the head of the family, Duke Stag, to be the city lord. So after choosing, they finally chose Count Mantlestar. As Duke Stag's blood-related little brother, he had Duke Stag's absolute trust. At the same time, because he was older, he was more mature, so it was easy for people to feel assured. Before this, Count Stark was very assured because he felt that he could accomplish his family's goal very well. He could prove to everyone that Banta City could become an agricultural city, which was definitely more important than becoming a business-based city. But after he took control of Banta City, other than dealing with a new flyer that went surprisingly smoothly, everything else he did didn't go smoothly. The first thing he did after coming to Banta City was to reevaluate the land situation of Banta City, and with this impeccable policy, he drove the new flyer out of Santa Manor. So he didn't even dare let out a fart. But this policy wasn't as simple as chasing away the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Rather, he was prepared to use this policy to calculate the land use situation around Banta City. He wanted to take advantage of the fall harvest to reclaim all the arable land in Banta City, greatly increasing the yield during the fall harvest. However, after he obtained the results, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This was because, according to the statistics, all the arable land in Banta City had already been reclaimed. There wasn't even a single hectare of unused land. Like this, it meant that he couldn't reclaim the land at all. It would increase the yield of Banta City, and he would lose the possibility of creating the greatest merit. Rather, if his harvest this time couldn't reach the standard of last year's Banta City, and was even a bit worse, it would mean that he had failed as the city lord this time. Not to mention letting down the expectations of his family, the Stag family would be questioned by the other nobles in the same faction. The more important thing was that if he couldn't make any achievements, he couldn't prove that Banta City under his rule had better results than when Count Sean was in charge. That would give His Majesty enough reason to reject the noble suggestions and promote business development in the kingdom. Like this, including the Stag family, their prestige in the kingdom would be greatly affected. This was the thing that the nobles couldn't accept the most. So even if he wanted to spit out blood, Count Stag still worked hard to find a way to increase his results. It was impossible for farmland to appear out of thin air, so the only thing left to work hard on was manpower. However, when it came to the problem of manpower, Count Stag had made a big joke. Through the statistics, Count Stag found that there was a Cantona Chamber of Commerce in Banta City. They had actually taken the farmland that the farmers had rented from outside the city and had taken it all for themselves to farm. According to the data of the City Lord's Manor, the Cantona Chamber of Commerce had already rented farmland from 746 farmers, with a total area of over 20 hectares. It was even bigger than the Stag family's territory in Banta City. After seeing this problem, Count Stag's eyes lit up. This Cantona Chamber of Commerce didn't have a noble background, but they actually dared to own this much farmland. Not only was this unreasonable, it could even be considered disgraceful. So Count Stag didn't hesitate to order the Cantona Chamber of Commerce through the City Lord's Manor to immediately return the land to the farmers, guaranteeing that the farmers could rent farmland. Count Stag thought that he would be supported by everyone because to him, this Cantona Chamber of Commerce definitely had an improper relationship with the previous City Lord Samo Count. With Samo Count's power, he could force the farmers to give the farmland they rented to the Cantona Chamber of Commerce. For the normal farmers of the Lampari Kingdom, the farmland they rented was their only hope of supporting their families. If they didn't have this farmland, these farmers would starve to death. So Count Stag felt that this matter was very righteous, so he was prepared to accept everyone's praise and support. However, the facts were something he never expected. When he ordered the Cantona Chamber of Commerce to return the farmland to the farmers, the Cantona Chamber of Commerce protested. They said that the farmland they rented had been approved by the city lord's manor, so there were no problems with it, and it was completely legal. If the city lord's manor ordered him to return the farmland, they had to give a reasonable reason. Count Stag was naturally prepared for the Cantona Chamber of Commerce's protest. He directly used the reason that the previous city lord had nothing to do with the current city lord, so all the agreements signed with the city lord's manor would be nullified, and they had to be reconsidered to decide if they were legal. However, the reason given to the Cantona Chamber of Commerce was spread by the Cantona Chamber of Commerce in a fit of rage. So not only did the Banda Times report this, even the newspapers of Banda City and the surrounding cities all reported this. This small matter that Count Stag thought wasn't worth mentioning had caused a stir in Banda City and the surrounding cities in just a short period of time. Moreover, there wasn't a single person that supported Count Stag's reason. Even the nobles of Banda City that Count Stag thought should be on the same side as him were silent on this matter, and there were even some nobles that vaguely expressed their opposition. As for the citizens other than the nobles, their reactions to this matter were even more intense. After the Banda Times reported this matter, countless companies of Banda City and the surrounding cities came to the city lord's manor. They requested Count Stag to reconsider the agreement they signed before. There were many companies that tactfully or explicitly told Count Stag that because of Count Stag's actions, they'd already lost their trust in Banda City's city lord's manor. The agreement they signed before would be nullified, and they requested the city lord's manor to settle the distribution of benefits between the two sides. Regarding the situation, Count Stag didn't expect this at all. When he had the city lord's manor count all the companies that signed agreements with the city lord's manor, he was shocked to find that there were 73 companies that signed agreements with Count Samo's Banda City's city lord's manor. These 73 companies dealt in all kinds of products, from the renovation of the Sandy River to the cloth used in the city lord's manor's kitchen. If these companies signed agreements with the city lord's manor were nullified and all transactions with the city lord's manor stopped, Banda City would instantly be paralyzed. At this time, Count Stag realized that he had done a very stupid thing. It had made him and all the officials in the city lord's manor fall into chaos. Actually, to be honest, this couldn't be considered as stupidity. This was because according to the experience of the other places in the Lampari Kingdom, there wasn't a single company that dared to go against the city lord's manor. This was because to the city lord, a small company wasn't considered anything. But Banda City was different from the other places in the Lampari Kingdom. Every company in the city dared to bare their fangs at the city lord's manor for their own benefits, arguing with reason. For a small company like the Cantona Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't something that Count Stag would place in his eyes. However, when faced with the reason that Count Stag gave, the Cantona Chamber of Commerce didn't choose to swallow their anger and obediently follow him. They didn't hesitate to take the risk of angering Count Stag and directly expose this matter to the public. The more important thing was that the newspaper industry in Banda City and the surrounding cities was very developed. Even a small matter would be reported in the newspaper, not to mention this kind of explosive news. When everything was exposed in front of everyone, Count Stag naturally didn't dare use force to suppress the Cantona Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, he had to properly deal with the requests of the other 73 large and small companies. However, to be honest, in this entire matter, the ones who surprised Count Stag the most were the normal farmers. Count Stag thought that by helping these farmers take back their farmland from the Cantona Chamber of Commerce, these farmers would be grateful to him. But he never thought that when the officials he sent informed the farmers that they would be taking back their farmland, they would all be met with cold faces. There were even some farmers who scolded them for meddling in other people's business. What was even more exaggerated was that there were several farmers who were filled with anger. They loudly cursed the city lord's manor for not caring about the lives of these farmers, saying that Count Stagg wasn't worthy of being the city lord. When faced with the doubts and objections of others, Count Stagg could comfort himself that those fellows didn't understand him at all. But when faced with the curses of these simple farmers, he couldn't remain calm. He didn't understand. He had clearly helped these farmers take back their farmland. So why did they have this kind of reaction? Could it be these farmers didn't want their farmland anymore? Chapter 333. Nonsense. If I farm, it's already good enough if I can keep my family from starving. I won't even have a single copper coin left. However, if he used the time he had to farm to do other things, he would be able to earn at least 10 gold coins a month by working for any merchant guild in the city. In a year, he would be able to earn more than 100 gold coins. Even if I use all my food for a year, I'll still have 50 gold coins left to buy other things. Tell me, why don't I farm? Sarkozy rolled his eyes and looked at this official who came from the city lord's manor to investigate with a look of disdain. He thought that the official who followed the idiot city lord must be an idiot himself. Did he need to come here to ask such an obvious fact? This was the most basic arithmetic problem. Even he, an old farmer who had never gone to school and was almost 60 years old this year, could easily calculate it. He, who was wearing a very expensive-looking uniform, actually couldn't understand it. Could it be that this group of officials in the city lord's mansion were the same as their stupid city lord, whose head was stuffed with straw and nothing else? Seeing the clear disdain on the old farmer's face, official Moya was very unhappy. If it was any other time, he wouldn't even bother talking to this old farmer with a low birth, yellow hands, and calluses. If it wasn't for the city lord's special orders, how could he have come to a remote, dirty, and backward place like Mexilin Village to do this damn investigation? Thinking of the city lord's serious orders before leaving, Moya suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. He tried his best to maintain a kind smile as he continued to ask Sarkozy, but as long as there is farmland, at least your family won't starve. However, if you work for a company, although your income is high for a month or two, you might lose your job at any time and lose your income, right? It was fine if Moya didn't ask this question, but once he did, Sarkozy's eyes popped out and he angrily slammed the shovel in his hand into the ground. With a kung sound, he pointed at Moya's nose and began cursing. You're not embarrassed to ask this question? If it wasn't for the City Lord Manor's agricultural promotion policies, the Sundial Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have moved out of Banna City, and my son wouldn't have lost his job at the Sundial Chamber of Commerce. Do you know that his monthly salary at the Sundial Chamber of Commerce is close to 20 gold coins? Because of you, not only did he lose his job, he couldn't find another one in the city. This is all your fault. Moya didn't expect Sarkozy's sudden outburst. After being stunned for a bit, he reached out to touch his face and felt the old farmer's spit on his face, instantly filling his heart with disgust. Finally suppressing the urge to turn around and leave, Moya took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. This is the decision of the Sundial Chamber of Commerce. You can't blame it on the City Lord's mansion, right? Bullshit. If it wasn't for the City Lord's mansion forcing the new flyer to leave, how could the Sundial Chamber of Commerce leave? If Sundial Chamber of Commerce doesn't leave, how could my son lose his job? Moreover, you've made this agricultural promotion policy that's like dog shit, forcing all the companies in Banna City to leave, making the jobs in Banna City several times less than before. Not only do I blame you, you can ask the other people in Banna City and those people who came all the way to Banna City to find work. Which one of them doesn't want to scold you? Sarkozy's eyes popped out as he questioned without any courtesy. Moya took several steps back before dodging the spit coming out of Sarkozy's mouth. He quickly refuted. The City Lord's agricultural promotion policy is for the good of you normal farmers. Why can't you understand the City Lord's painstaking efforts? Good for us. Good my ass, Sarkozy said with a loud, cold laugh. Good for us is to make us lose our jobs that can earn large amounts of money? You want us to obediently run back and forth to work in those damn fields? You want us to work ourselves to death to ensure that we don't starve? Is this for the good of us normal farmers? Don't think that I don't know anything. The newspapers of Karma City have already said that the Lord City Lord is doing this for his political achievements. Moya's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that an ordinary old farmer from Mexilin Village would know what the newspaper in Karma City, which was dozens of kilometers away, said. Furthermore, he could understand the meaning of the word political achievement. Thinking about it, Moya continued to argue. Could it be that increasing Banta City's grain yield isn't good for you? Could it be that you've forgotten that you were starving in the past few years? Bullshit. It's true that we were starving in the past few years, but when have the people of our Banta City been starving in the past 2 years? Sarkozy refuted without any courtesy. Go back and tell the Lord City Lord that our Banta City's farmland has already been reclaimed by Lord City Lord Satsuma in the past 2 years. Even if we all go back to the fields, there won't be much more grain, so tell him to give up on this idea. Hearing Sarkozy directly mention the problem that the Lord City Lord was worried about the most, Moya finally understood. This normal-looking old farmer in front of him was much more understanding than he imagined. Just based on this, it was much better compared to the farmers he met in the other cities of the Lampuri Kingdom who didn't know anything. Although for this investigation mission, it was easier to obtain the answers he needed from a knowledgeable person, but from Moya's personal point of view, he still wished to face those ignorant farmers. It was clear that the Lord City Lord also thought the same. If the farmers of Banta City were as ignorant and obedient as the farmers of the other cities of the Lampari Kingdom, the Lord City Lord wouldn't need to worry about how to convince these farmers to return to the fields and work hard to increase Banta City's grain yield. Thinking like this, for the matter the Lord City Lord gave him, Moya still suppressed his anger and impatience. He said to Sarkozy, "The Lord City Lord's plan is very long-term. You might not be able to understand it now, but you have to believe in the Lord City Lord. He is indeed doing this for the good of you farmers. As long as you listen to the Lord City Lord's arrangements, I dare say that not only will you not need to starve in the next 2 years, you won't even need to worry about starving in the future. Rather, you want to support the new flyer, but the new flyer can't produce grain for you to eat." Forget it. Sarkozy gave a laugh. Sarkozy gave a laugh. You're looking down on the new flyer? That if you have the skills, have the Lord City Lord order that Banta City will never use the new flyer's things again? If you have the skills, why don't you use the agricultural magic machines from the new flyer when you farm? Moya was instantly speechless. Whether it was him or the Lord City Lord, even if they hated the new flyer, they had to admit that if they lost the support of the new flyer's agricultural magic machines, not to mention reaching a new high in Banta City's grain yield, it would be impossible to open up all the farmland in Banta City. Seeing that Moya couldn't say anything, Sarkozy gave a cold laugh. You don't know anything and you're still asking questions. It really is a waste of time. All right, I'm rushing to Koror village for a meeting. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Goodbye. After saying this, Sarkozy put the shovel he had been using on his shoulder and turned to leave. Moya watched Sarkozy leave in a daze. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't think of a way to keep this old farmer who could be considered knowledgeable here. After being stunned for a while, Moya turned to look at the other Mexilin village farmers who were watching the two of them talk. He wanted to keep investigating, but who would have thought that when the farmers saw him look over, they would immediately look like they were avoiding a god of plague. They scattered like birds and beasts, leaving Moya standing alone in the middle of the road. Moya looked at Mexilin village not far away and gave a bitter laugh. Although he had only investigated 16 farmers, the tone of the 16 farmers was strangely the same. They were all strongly opposed to the Lord's agricultural promotion policy. Based on this result, there was no meaning in continuing this investigation because the results were already very clear. But Moya was very clear that if he brought the results of this investigation back to the Lord City Lord, he would be met with a wild storm. If it was a normal situation, the Lord City Lord wouldn't care about the views of the farmers at all. But in this time, the Lord City Lord's first goal was to increase Banta City's grain yield. This would prove that his policies were correct. while also proving that the nobles the Lord City Lord represented were correct. With the help of the agricultural magic machines produced by the new flyer, the previous City Lord Count Samo had greatly reclaimed Banta City's farmland in the past 2 years. He had already dug out all the potential of Banta City's farmland. If the current City Lord Count Stark wanted to increase the grain yield on this basis, he had to obtain the support of these farmers who had worked in the fields for many years. Especially an old farmer like Sarkozy who had rich experience in farming, he was like a treasure in the eyes of the Lord City Lord. So no matter how unhappy Moya was, he didn't show it to Sarkozy. Rather, he tried his best to convince Sarkozy. However, Sarkozy was as hard as a rock in the toilet, not giving Moya a chance at all. Could it be that I have to go back like this? Moya thought for a bit with a bitter smile before suddenly seeing 3 farmers with clothes similar to Sarkozy's walking in front of him. Looking over the farmer in the middle, Moya's eyes lit up and he quickly came forward. Chapter 334. When Sarkozy walked into the Cantona Chamber of Commerce's office in Koror Village, there was a burst of laughter. "Hey, old man Sarkozy, why are you still carrying a shovel on your back? Could it be that you're planning on going back to farming?" "That's right. Didn't you always hate the new Lord City Lord? Could it be that you've changed your mind and want to listen to him and go back to farming?" "Old man Sarkozy, you really aren't kind like this. We already said that we wouldn't care about that idiot City Lord. Are you betraying us?" "Betray your head." Old man Sarkozy leaned the shovel on his shoulder against the wall and gave a strong snort. "Even if I die, I won't listen to that idiot City Lord. If it was Sir Count Samo who came back as the City Lord calling for us to go back to farming, I might have considered it." "What is there to consider?" A man who was around 30 years old said in a loud voice. "Not to mention this Count Stark. Even if Samo Count came back as the City Lord, I wouldn't consider going back to farming. Farming is so hard, and I can't earn much money. Why would I go back and suffer?" "You can't say that." A middle-aged man who was around 50 years old said while shaking his head, "It's not good to have no food to eat, so no matter what, someone has to farm. It can't be said that Count Stark is completely wrong." "Hey, isn't it easy to get food?" Old man Sarkozy said in a voice of disdain. "With the help of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines, it's much easier for us to farm. It isn't a problem for a single person to farm several mu of land. So why do you have to tie us all up in the fields?" I think that this Count Stark is clearly doing this for his political achievements. He's deliberately targeting the new flyer and Chairman Su. There was a heavy cough that came from the room. Cantona stood up from the other side of the table and waved his hand at old man Sarkozy, signaling for him to sit down. "All right, since old man Sarkozy is here, let's officially begin the meeting." Cantona's eyes swept over the faces of the several dozen people at the table. Seeing that everyone was looking at him and listening attentively, he nodded and continued. "I think everyone should understand the purpose of today's meeting. Because of the City Lord's Manor's orders, our Cantona Chamber of Commerce must return the farmland we rented from you. Now I want to ask for your opinion." "What's there to ask? I won't agree." The 30-year-old man from before waved his hand and said, "If we give a land to your Cantona Chamber of Commerce, not only will we not need to pay rent to the City Lord's Manor, we will also receive rent from your company. Do I have nothing better to do than take back the land and work myself to death to farm?" "Yes, I don't agree either. I won't do it either. Who wouldn't dare to make money and live a carefree life instead of finding trouble for themselves?" "That's right, those guys from the City Lord's Mansion are brainless, but we can't be brainless too, right?" The people around him started to chime in one after another. Soon, they reached a consensus, and all of them expressed their opposition. Cantona nodded before shaking his head and saying with a sigh, "I also understand everyone's thoughts and agree with your opinions. But everyone must understand that the City Lord's Manor's orders are orders, and we can only carry them out. So our company must return the farmland to your hands. Otherwise, the City Lord's Manor will cause trouble for our company. You also know that even a large company like New Flyer can't resist the pressure of the City Lord's Manor. So how could a small company like our Cantona Chamber of Commerce go against the City Lord's Manor? I hope that everyone can understand my difficulties. Then according to what you're saying, We must take back the farmland and then throw away the work we're doing to farm again? The 30-year-old man from before said in an indignant voice. Those fellows from the city lord's manor are simply crazy. We normal farmers have been living a good life for less than 2 years, and they want to destroy it. These noble masters, could it be they can't bear to see us commoners live a good life? AI, you can't speak nonsense like this. Those bastards from the city lord's manor, you can't blame all the nobles. At least Sir Count Samo was very considerate of us before. Then again, I heard that Chairman Sue is a viscount of the kingdom. He can be considered a noble. Another farmer from Mexelin village immediately said, that is true, but there are too few nobles like Count Samo and Chairman Sue. The young man said in an emotional voice, all right, this is all nonsense. Old man Sarkozy waved his hand and cut off the two of them. He turned to Cantona and said, Chairman Cantona, you didn't specially call us here today just to tell us this kind of thing, right? Cantona gave a laugh. Old man Sarkozy really knows how to see things. That's right, I called everyone here today to come up with a proper solution. Everyone can do what they thought of before, and the city lord's manor won't cause trouble for us. Sarkozy looked at Cantona before saying with a snort, all right, based on your appearance, you clearly already had an idea. Just say it. Why are you hiding it? Good. Cantona gave a strong clap. Cantona gave a strong slap. Old man Sarkozy is right. We're all familiar with each other, so I won't beat around the bush. That's right. I've thought of a solution, and I want to see if everyone agrees or not. Cantona, just say it. As long as you don't want me to go back to farming, it's fine. The 30-year-old man said in a loud voice. Right, as long as I can keep my current job, it's fine. It's like this. Cantona, just say it. All right, then I'll say it directly. Cantona nodded before saying with a serious look, my idea is that on the surface, our Cantona Chamber of Commerce will return the farmland to everyone. But in terms of the specifics, we'll follow what we discussed before. Oh, how exactly? Sarkozy asked in a curious voice. To be specific, the farmland will be returned to you in name, but our Cantona Chamber of Commerce will be in charge of farming. As for the harvest and rent, we'll follow what we agreed on before. Actually, speaking of this, it's just changing the name. This means that we're cooperating with your Cantona Chamber of Commerce to put on a play for the city Lord's Manor. Sarkozy asked. It's called a play. It's not bad in general, but there's no problem with the procedure. Cantona said with a smile, because we've already returned the farmland to you in name, and now you're willing to come to our Cantona Chamber of Commerce to farm for you. I think that the Lord City Lord wouldn't send people to catch you back to the fields and force you to farm, right? He dares? Sarkozy knit his brows and said with wide eyes, these fellows have already caused my son to lose his job, and they want to kill my family? Do you believe that I won't go all out against them? That's right. It's our own fields. We can find whoever we want to farm for us. As long as we don't break the kingdom's laws, what can the city lord's manor do to us? Cantona, this method isn't bad. I support it. I also support it. Since we can't go against the respected Lord City Lord, we'll just follow his wishes. As for how we do it, he doesn't care. Anyway, we just need to pay the rent each year. Good, this method is good. Cantona, tell us how we should put on this play. Everyone, don't be in a rush. Come, look at the new contract I prepared ahead of time. If there are no problems, we'll consider signing it. Cantona waved his hand, and a silent young girl behind him came out with a stack of contracts to distribute to everyone. Sarkozy took the contract and looked it over before throwing it on the table. Then he looked at Cantona before walking out the door. After a while, Cantona followed him out and came to Sarkozy's side as he asked with a smile, Father Sarkozy, is there a problem? If you have any requests related to the contract, just tell me. I don't care about the contract. I trust you. Old man Sarkozy shook his head. He looked around, and after hesitating a bit, he asked in a low voice, this. Cantona, do you see Chairman Sue often? Chairman Sue? Cantona shook his head. How could I see this kind of important person often? Do you need him for something? It's not a big matter. Old man Sarkozy was a bit hesitant. After hesitating a bit, he said, Cantona, you know, my son, that kid Keurig lost his job at the Sundial Chamber of Commerce. He's been idling at home for half a month now, so I'm very worried about him. Now I want to ask Chairman Sue through you and see if he can give my son a job at the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The salary doesn't matter. It's fine as long as he has work to do. What do you think? Cantona saw the expectant look on Sarkozy's face and said with a bitter laugh, "Old man Sarkozy, it isn't that I don't want to help you, but I don't have a good relationship with Chairman Sue. You should know that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's jobs are in high demand in our Bana City. If Chairman Sue agreed, all the people of Bana City would come to beg him for jobs. Do you think that I can help you?" Seeing that Cantona didn't agree, Sarkozy gave a deep sigh. "Actually, I also know that it isn't easy to enter the new flyer. That kid Keurig couldn't seize the chance before. Now it's even harder. AI, it's all that damn Count Stark's fault. What agricultural promotion? His head was simply kicked by a donkey. Now it's good a large group of people in Bana City have lost their jobs. Because of this damn policy, he doesn't care if we live or die at all." Cantona looked at Sarkozy with a strange gaze. After thinking for a bit, he asked with knit brows, "Old man Sarkozy, to be honest, although many companies have moved out of the city and there are fewer jobs in the city, but didn't the Bandit Times say that now that the new flyer has moved to the Falling Rain Valley and many other companies have also moved there are many jobs in the Falling Rain Valley that need people? Why don't you have Keurig give it a try? He doesn't want to go too far from Bana City, so he didn't go to the Falling Rain Valley with the Sundial Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his job." Old man Sarkozy gave another sigh. Sarkozy gave a sigh, but staying in Bana City, how could it be easy to find a job? Not to mention earning over 10 gold coins a month. Earning over 10 gold coins a month. Cantona knit his brows before suddenly opening his eyes. "That's right, I suddenly thought of something. When the company met Chairman Sue, he said that the new flyer was opening something in the city and wanted to recruit some smart people who could talk. Right, they're called product promoters. I remember that kid Keurig is quite smart. Why don't you have him give it a try?" Sarkozy's eyes immediately lit up. "Really? There's really a job in Bana City?" "It's true. Chairman Sue personally said this to me. The new flyer isn't hiring yet, so have Keurig go to the Falling Rain Valley and ask. If Chairman Sue likes him, perhaps he'll be hired ahead of time." Sarkozy said in a certain voice, "That's great. I'll go home and tell that kid Keurig to take the nearest public carriage to the Falling Rain Valley. The faster the better." Sarkozy excitedly stomped his foot before turning to leave. "Hey, old man Sarkozy, you haven't taken your shovel and you haven't signed the contract yet. It's fine if you throw the shovel away. As for the contract, help me fill in my name, I'll agree anyway." Sarkozy's voice came from the distance, but he had already moved far away. Chapter 335. After Keurig jumped out of the horse carriage, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. This was his second time coming to the Falling Rain Valley, but he found that the current Falling Rain Valley was several times more lively compared to when he delivered the goods from the Sundial Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't just the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's factories that were filled with people, creating a lively scene. Even in the open space on the other side of the Falling Rain Road, there was an endless amount of factories that appeared. Keurig looked over and saw the very familiar logo of the Sundial Chamber of Commerce in these factories. Thinking of how he wasn't willing to come to a place as far as the Falling Rain Valley to work, losing his job at the Sundial Chamber of Commerce, Keurig couldn't help feeling a bit of regret. The reason why he wasn't willing to come back, other than not wanting to be too far from his parents, was because this place was too far from Bana City. It was too remote, so it definitely wouldn't be lively or fun. But now that he came back to take a look, he found that although this place couldn't compare to Bana City, it wasn't that far from it. Moreover, based on the flow of people here, it wasn't hard to imagine that it would surpass Bana City in terms of liveliness. Keurig was very clear on why this situation occurred. Because the new Lord City Lord suppressed the new flyer, so the new flyer moved out of Bana City and developed the Falling Rain Valley. And because the Lord City Lord introduced the agricultural promotion policy that everyone secretly cursed The other companies in Bana City followed in the footsteps of a new flyer and moved out of Bana City. Because of the new flyer in Bana City, not only did the large companies develop, there were also several hundred small and medium-sized companies related to magic machines. Now that there were over 500 large and small companies in Bana City, because of this policy, over half of them had moved out. Among them, the small and medium-sized companies related to magic machines all chose to follow the new flyer to rebuild their factories outside the Falling Rain Valley without exception. Although in theory the Falling Rain Valley belonged to Bana City, according to the report in the Bana Times, the new flyer's chairman Su, he had been conferred the title of Viscount by the kingdom's royal parliament and had given him a piece of land that shocked everyone. And this territory just so happened to be the Falling Rain Valley and a circle of land outside the valley. Because this place had become the private territory of Viscount Su, Count Stark's policies couldn't affect this place at all. In the announcement that Su had made through the Bana Times, he clearly welcomed all magic machine-related companies to the Falling Rain Valley, creating a new magic machine industrial base with a new flyer. So the small component processing companies, led by the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, were the first to react. In just over a month, they all moved to the open space outside the Falling Rain Valley. This included the Sundial Chamber of Commerce that Keurig had previously worked for. The sudden relocation naturally caused these small chambers of commerce to suffer heavy economic losses. But Su announced a compensation for this, which was to reduce the rent for these small companies for the first 5 years. This allowed them to safely move here and boldly develop here. To many people, Suyi's method was to steal all the magic machine-related companies from Bana City. But no one thought that he was going too far. Rather, they were all satisfied. Now that the Bana City's City Lord wanted to suppress business development, even affecting the large companies, it was easy for these small companies to be hurt by this policy. Now that Su had given them this chance, how could these small companies not grasp it and quickly move out of Bana City? Rather, because the large companies had large businesses and deep foundations in Bana City, it wasn't easy for them to move. These small companies had only moved here for around a month, and they had already resumed their normal production. It could be seen the flexibility of small companies. And with these small companies, there were many merchants that sold daily necessities. On the open space on both sides of the Falling Rain Road, there was a row of houses that had already been built, and there were shops that had been opened. Based on the dazzling products piled up, this place's prosperity wasn't inferior to Bana City's by much. Keurig's gaze swept across the factory with the Sundial Chamber of Commerce's logo and the various shops on both sides of the road. He shook his head, suppressed the trace of regret in his heart, and turned around to walk into the Falling Rain Valley. However, after entering the Falling Rain Valley, Keurig was confused. Compared to when he came last time, the Falling Rain Valley had changed quite a bit. In addition to the people, there were several more workshops in the valley at a glance. Even the most eye-catching steel mill that Keurig saw the last time he came here was now an additional one. The road facilities in the valley were also much better than the last time he was here. On the open space on both sides of the road in the valley, in addition to paved lawns, there were also many flowers and trees planted, which made the entire valley extremely bright and beautiful. At a glance, people would even think that they were walking into a large garden instead of an industrial area full of factories. However, what Keurig first noticed was that there were iron pillars that were around 3 meters tall on both sides of the road. There was a beautiful magic lamp hanging from the top of these iron pillars, which seemed to be used as street lamps. Seeing the street lamps on both sides of the road that didn't seem to have an end, Keurig couldn't help feeling emotional again. If it wasn't for the damn new City Lord targeting the Frestac Chamber of Commerce, forcefully stopping all the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's construction in Bana City, every street in Bana City would have street lamps installed. But now that it was stopped, the street lamps were only half finished. In the end, when night came, half of Bana City would be illuminated by the street lamps and the other half would be in darkness. Moreover, the most worrying thing was that in the streets that had street lamps installed, for some unknown reason, there was a street lamp that wouldn't light up at night. The residents of this street had reported this problem to the New Flyer Service Center in the city, but they were told that because all the city matters were internal matters of the City Lord Manor, the City Lord Manor had ordered that the New Flyer couldn't meddle. So the New Flyer couldn't solve this problem, and the residents could only report it to the City Lord Manor. However, after the residents sent a representative to the City Lord Manor, the answer they received was that the City Lord Manor would investigate this problem, and there was nothing else. For this kind of representative situation, the Banta Times naturally wouldn't let it go. They specially wrote a report with the title, Banta City Falling into Darkness Again. The article focused on this matter and raised a problem that many people were worried about. There were many useful city projects in Banta City that were proposed by Sue E. and then the New Flyer worked with them. Now that the New Flyer had left Banta City and was even ordered by the City Lord Manor not to meddle in Banta City's city matters, the street lamps that could drive out the darkness of Banta City at night would be extinguished one by one, and the entire Banta City would fall into darkness again. At the end of the article, there was a special emphasis on the words falling into darkness. As for whether it meant something else or not, that would depend on the person. Keurig didn't consider things that far in the future. He just knew that after the Frestac Chamber of Commerce left Banta City that had flourished at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye in the past 2 years, was now declining at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye and even several times faster than before. That idiot city lord. Thinking of this, Keurig cursed in his heart. Then he looked around and pulled a young man wearing the uniform of the New Flyer to ask, "Hello, do you know where Chairman Sue is right now?" That young man looked at Keurig in surprise. "Who are you? What are you looking for Sir Chairman for?" "I am Keurig. I'm here to apply for a job with Chairman Sue." Keurig replied, "I've heard that your New Flyer is planning to open a new facility in Banta City, and you need to recruit a few product promoters, so I want to give it a try." The young man revealed a surprised look. "Recruiting product promoters? Why haven't I heard of this before?" Keurig was stunned. "It can't be. This is what Big Brother Cantona heard from Chairman Sue. It shouldn't be wrong, right? You're talking about the Cantona Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Cantona?" The young man was a bit surprised. "Are you familiar with him? If it's him, then it's possible for him to know something from the president." "Then it's true?" Keurig immediately asked in an excited voice. "Then tell me, where is Chairman Sue right now? I'll go ask him right now." The young man looked over Keurig before curling his lips in disdain. "Who do you think you are? You think you can see Sir Chairman just because you want to? Let me tell you, Sir Chairman is very busy. How could he see anyone?" Faced with the other side's undisguised disdain, Keurig didn't care at all. He said with a laugh, "Even if I can't see Chairman Sue, it's not bad to see the person in charge of recruiting. Anyway, I'm just here to apply for a job. It's fine as long as I can achieve this goal." The young man was amused by Keurig's optimism and couldn't help saying with a smile, "You're quite open-minded. All right, if you really want to apply for a job, then follow this path to the end. Then turn left and walk for a while. You will see the office building of our Chamber of Commerce. Go inside and ask around. There should be someone who can help you. As for me, there is nothing I can do." Keurig patted the young man's shoulder with a wide smile. "All right, thank you for your help. What is your name? Let's be friends." The young man shook his head. "No need. We don't even know if we'll meet again. Other than that, I want to remind you. What time is it now? Why do you still want to work in Banta City? If you want a job, there are many companies in the Falling Rain Valley that are recruiting. Why don't you give it a try? There's no other way. My parents are old, and they only have me as their son, so I can't be too far away from them." Keurig said with a shrug. The young man's smile turned serious as he said with a nod, "I never thought that you would be such a filial son. But to be honest, the Falling Rain Valley is only 60 kilometers away from Banta City. It isn't that far. The Fersen Carriage Company's horse carriages take less than 4 hours to make a trip. When our company's magic car is developed, it might only take an hour, so it won't be that far." "Magic car?" Keurig's eyes lit up. What is that?" The young man suddenly realized that he had said something wrong and revealed an awkward smile. He quickly covered it up. "I'm not too clear on what it is. I've just heard the other people in the company mention it." Seeing the young man's meaning, Keurig didn't keep asking. he said with a smile. All right, I'll personally ask Chairman Su about it when I see him. The young man couldn't help shaking his head with a smile, thinking that this fellow was quite confident. How could an important figure like Lord President be someone that one could meet just because they wanted to? But after that, he and Kirik were startled by the sounds in the distance. They looked forward and were instantly stunned. There was a group of people coming out of the road, and the one leading them was Su Yi. Chapter 336. Chairman Su, your industrial base really has opened my eyes. If possible, I really want to move this place to our kingdom of Ruhr without changing it at all. Newman looked at the clean and beautiful factories that were surrounded by greenery, and he couldn't help giving another sigh of praise. If Chairman Newman is willing, how hard would it be to move it over? Su Yi said with a smile. Su Yi shook his head. As long as your Rudsun kingdom agrees, our Frestack Chamber of Commerce can invest in another industrial base that is actually very easy to do. Really? Newman looked at Su Yi in surprise. Chairman Su, I'm not joking. I really want to move everything back here. At least when we want to buy agricultural magic machines, we don't need to come all the way here. I'm also not joking. Su Yi revealed a faint smile. Chairman Newman, if our new flyer invests in a factory in your kingdom of Ruhr, can you give us a bit of preferential treatment? Hearing that Su Yi really wasn't joking, Newman's expression became serious. He looked at Su Yi for a bit before saying, I think that His Majesty will be very happy to hear this news. After hearing my report on Banda City, His Majesty has always wanted to import the magic machine technology of your new flyer. If Chairman Su is willing to satisfy His Majesty, I think that His Majesty will definitely give you preferential treatment that will satisfy you. I guarantee that your new flyer's investment in our kingdom of Ruhr will go smoothly. Su Yi revealed a smile. This Newman seemed to be welcoming him on the surface, but it wasn't the same as what he said at all. He only said that he wanted to invest in a factory in the kingdom of Ruhr, but Newman directly said that he needed new flyer's magic machine technology. In theory, Su Yi didn't feel that he couldn't agree to this, because compared to having all the technology in the hands of a single new flyer company, he hoped that all the companies in the signs would have enough magic machine technology. This would allow the magic machine industry on the continent to soar, perfecting the magic machine industry as soon as possible. Of course, he couldn't easily agree. Whether it was considering the benefits of New Flyer, Banda City, or the benefits of the Lampari Kingdom, it was impossible for him to easily hand over this technology. As long as your country's king is willing to accept our investment in a factory, we will definitely consider it first. Su Yi replied. Although there are many cities in the Lampari Kingdom that have invited our company to invest in factories, I have always wanted our new flyer to become a first-class company on the continent, so opening markets in other countries is something that we have to consider. Hearing that Su Yi didn't agree on the technology, Newman wasn't surprised. He revealed a smile and didn't keep asking. This matter was very important. It definitely wasn't something that could be decided by a casual chat between the two of them. It was enough to investigate Su Yi's intentions through this visit. Being able to hear that Su Yi was willing to invest in a factory in the Kingdom of Ruhr, Newman was already very satisfied. Not mentioning anything else, if New Flyer could invest in an agricultural magic machine factory in the Kingdom of Ruhr, allowing the Kingdom of Ruhr to produce agricultural magic machines locally and not having to come all the way here to buy them, it would save quite a bit of time and effort. The most important thing was money. Take the most important small magic harvester of the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines. The Frestack Chamber of Commerce's factory price was 70 gold coins per unit. Although New Flyer promised to take care of the transportation from the Lampari Kingdom to the border, it was still several hundred kilometers from the border to the Kingdom of Ruhr's capital, Caracas City. For such a long journey, even with the cheapest transportation method that Newman could think of, each small magic harvester would cost over a gold coin. It wasn't much if it was just one unit, but if this number was multiplied by 300,000, it was close to 400,000 gold coins that couldn't be ignored. Even if the Kingdom of Ruhr's finances were much better than the Lampari Kingdom's, Spending this much for no reason was something that Newman and the king weren't willing to see. Not to mention that importing these agricultural magic machines from New Flyer was just the beginning. When Newman returned to the Kingdom of Ruhr last time, he had given him 5 of each kind of magic machine produced by New Flyer to bring back. When Newman brought these samples back to the Kingdom of Ruhr, it immediately attracted the interest of countless people. Newman was certain that once these magic machines were introduced in the Kingdom of Ruhr, they would be greatly welcomed. When that time came, Newman didn't just need to consider the agricultural magic machines, he also needed to consider the other magic machines produced by New Flyer. If each magic machine cost an extra gold coin to transport, that would be an astronomical figure. So before coming this time, the king had given Newman a secret request. No matter what, he had to attract New Flyer to invest in a factory in the Kingdom of Ruhr. Of course, it would be even better if he could take all the magic machine production technology from New Flyer. Before this, Newman had already bought the technology for the magic kettle and cement from New Flyer on behalf of the Rudsun Chamber of Commerce. Because they lacked the necessary materials and industrial base, the Rudsun Chamber of Commerce couldn't produce the magic kettle for now, even if they had it. But the cement production technology had already taken shape in the Kingdom of Ruhr. Now the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce had 3 teams laying cement roads all over the Kingdom of Ruhr. The cement used was produced in the Kingdom of Ruhr, and they didn't need to buy it from New Flyer that was over 1,000 kilometers away. Because of this, the royal treasury of the Kingdom of Ruhr that was responsible for laying the roads had saved over 300,000 gold coins. Correspondingly, the roads in the Kingdom of Ruhr were being laid very quickly. With the support of the royal treasury and the hard work of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's 3 teams, as well as the protection of the Kingdom of Ruhr's army, the Kingdom of Ruhr used less than 4 months to lay down over 500 kilometers of roads. One of the roads went from the capital Caracas city to the border between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Lampari Kingdom, which was closest to Banda City. At the same time, the 100-kilometer-long road from Banda City to the border had been finished, and it could be used by the end of the month. This time, Newman traveled more than 800 kilometers from Caracas City to Falling Rain Valley by horse carriage. He thought that he was driving on the road, so it took him less than 3 days to complete the journey. He could travel more than 200 kilometers every day, which was more than twice as fast as before. Moreover, the road was much more comfortable than before. Sitting in the horse carriage, because there weren't any bumps, Newman could even fall asleep in the carriage. After experiencing this long journey that was countless times more comfortable than before, Newman had great trust in New Flyer, or rather in Su Yi's abilities. He also had a strong interest and desire for the New Flyer's magic machines. However, Su Yi was very strict when it came to transferring technology, not revealing anything at all, so Newman was helpless. But he didn't despair because of this. Based on how Su Yi had transferred the technology for the magic fan, the magic kettle, and even the cement, Su Yi wasn't like the other companies on the continent. He wouldn't reveal his exclusive technology and would reveal it to others. Newman believed that as long as he had enough patience, Su Yi would release the other magic machine-related technology sooner or later. So Newman wasn't in a rush. At this time, he felt that the most important thing was to maintain a good relationship between both sides. When he was about to bring the topic back to the 50,000 agricultural magic machines, there was a figure that charged out from the road in front of him. Before Kira could charge in front of Su Yi, he was stopped by the guards following the 2 of them. "Chairman Su, I'm not looking for trouble." Kira quickly raised his hands and stopped moving. He shouted at Su, "I'm just here to apply for a job." "Oh." Su Yi found this a bit funny as he looked at Kirik. "I'm afraid I'm sorry, but I'm not in charge of recruiting people for the company right now. If you want to apply for a job, you could go to our company's human resources department to sign up for the test. But the job I want isn't open to the public yet. I came here after hearing Big Brother Cantona's recommendation." Kirik kept shouting, "Cantona?" Su Yi looked over Kirik. After thinking about it, he waved his hand at a New Flyer staff member beside him and said a few words to him. That staff member walked over to Kirik and whispered a few words to him before bringing Kirik to the company's office in the center of the falling rain valley. Seeing Keurig follow that staff member into the valley while looking back, Newman couldn't help saying with a smile, "Chairman Sue, it seems like your new flyer's job is very popular. Are there people like this young man who are introduced to you by acquaintances every once in a while?" Sue, he shook his head with a bitter smile. "There's no other way. Everyone seems to be focused on our company. Actually, if we're talking about wages, our company's workers' wages aren't the highest in Banda City. You should be clear that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's workers in your Kingdom of Ruhr have the highest wage of over 30 gold coins a month. It's different. Those workers are leaving their homeland to work in another country. If the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce doesn't give them enough wages as compensation, there definitely won't be that many people willing to go." Newman paused before saying, "Actually, I've suggested to Chairman Cruz more than once that he should hire local workers in our Kingdom of Ruhr. Not only would it be more convenient, it would also save money, but he wouldn't accept my suggestion. Chairman Sue, how about you help me persuade Chairman Cruz?" Sue looked at Newman and revealed a faint smile. He thought that this suggestion of yours wasn't for the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, but rather to send people to the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce to steal all the technology related to paving roads. Chairman Cruz was such an astute person. How could he casually listen to this suggestion? But Sue thought about it and nodded to Newman. "All right, I'll find a chance to persuade him." Hearing that Sue wasn't being perfunctory, Newman was filled with joy. Chapter 337. After visiting the falling rain valley, Newman returned to the new flyer's office under Sue Yi's guidance. When the two were alone, Newman once again extended an invitation to Sue and the new flyer, at the same time deepening the conversation between the two. "Chairman Sue, to be honest, I really don't understand why your country is suppressing your company." After King William learned of this matter, he was very surprised and also very confused. For a company like the New Flyer that can greatly promote the development of the entire kingdom, it's already a big mistake not to support it, and now you're suppressing it. King William and I are angry for you and the New Flyer. Newman put on a look of righteous indignation. Sue smiled faintly. "Thank you for King William and your concern and support, but this is our Lampari Kingdom's internal matter. I think Chairman Newman shouldn't ask too much." Newman shook his head and sighed. "Chairman Sue, I admit that this is your Lampari Kingdom's internal matter, and I believe that with your ability, you'll be able to solve it. But I sincerely represent His Majesty King William to tell you that our Rudsun Kingdom will always open our doors to you and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. If you change your mind one day and want to develop in our Kingdom of Ruhr, King William will definitely welcome you." Sue shrugged. "I hope I never have to face that day." It had to be said that Newman was actually quite straightforward. His words were simply a blatant attempt to poach. If this was on Earth, he would be immediately treated as a spy. However, the social structure of the signs was very different from that of Earth. Every country on this continent was strictly speaking a combination of various nobles. The kings and even the emperors of the two empires were only the most powerful nobles. If the royal family or the family that the royal family represented wasn't strong enough, the nobles that belonged to the country in name would want to leave, which wasn't a strange thing on the continent. For example, when the Lampari Kingdom was weakened by a famine several years ago, there was a count who controlled a piece of territory in the northeast that went to the Sac Kingdom in the north. Although this count was officially labeled as a traitor and disgrace to the Lampari Kingdom, it was completely different from the situation on Earth. The citizens of the Lampari Kingdom didn't have much of a reaction to this situation. For the citizens, the Lampari Kingdom's royal family was weakened and couldn't control all the nobles, so this kind of matter was natural and there was no need to make a fuss about it. For the citizens of the Lampari Kingdom, and even the signs, they didn't have much of a sense of country. They just inherited the habits of the past and cared more about how the lord that ruled them treated them. For example, when Banta City was ruled by Count Samo, everyone lived in peace. In the past 2 years, Banta City had quickly developed and everyone's lives had become better, So the citizens of Banda City supported him very much. When the royal parliament sent him away, the citizens of Banda City cursed the royal parliament for being idiots in secret. What made the citizens of Banda City even angrier was that this Count Stag had done a series of things after taking over as city lord. It had completely broken the prosperity of Banda City and greatly affected the lives of many people. So for this Count Stag, the citizens of Banda City didn't have a good impression of him at all. They even secretly despised him. There were even many radical citizens who, after learning that He had been promoted to Viscount and obtained a piece of land, they directly ran over to to pledge their loyalty. They swore that they would become citizens of Lord Viscount In these signs, this action had a very important meaning, because as long as he really did this, it meant that this citizen would become a citizen of Yi's territory. He wouldn't be protected by the kingdom's laws like before, because he was a citizen of the Lampuri kingdom, and everything he did would depend on his lord. In other words, as the lord, Yi could use his identity as the lord to do anything to the people who swore loyalty to him. Other people didn't have the right to point fingers at him, not to mention criticizing him. Or to put it more directly, it was that these citizens were like the slaves of a viscount like Yi, but there was a difference in status between them and slaves. Although Yi had rejected these people's pledges of loyalty because of other considerations, it could be seen from this that in the signs, the citizens didn't have much of a sense of belonging to their country. They only had the nobles they were willing to serve in their eyes. So in theory, Newman's invitation to Yi wasn't just for show. As long as Yi was willing, he could lead the new flyer to leave the Lampari kingdom and join the kingdom of Ruhr. Of course, if Yi dared to do so, not to mention the other companies in the Lampari kingdom that had designs on the new flyer, just the royal family wouldn't let Yi off. That was why Yi said that he hoped that day would never come. If it really happened, it would prove that he and the new flyer were in a very bad situation in the Lampari kingdom. Yi only wanted to develop the magic machine industry and wasn't willing to let the new flyer, who carried his dreams, fall into such a situation. Although Count Stark was suppressing the new flyer on behalf of the conservative faction in the kingdom, everything was still under control. Yi wasn't worried about this at all, so naturally he rejected Newman's invitation and enticement. Seeing the expression on Yi's face, Newman felt that he was a bit too anxious, so he didn't mention this matter with a smile. He changed the topic and began discussing the matter of purchasing the agricultural magic machines with Yi this time. Before this, there was a batch of agricultural magic machines that had been sent to the Kingdom of Ruhr, and they had played a large role in the spring plowing a few months ago. The Kingdom of Ruhr's King William and many of the nobles could see the large effect of the agricultural magic machines, so they immediately had Newman place more orders for the agricultural magic machines with a new flyer. After this order of 50,000 agricultural magic machines was delivered, they would be sent to the Kingdom of Ruhr within this month. Then they would try to distribute them to various parts of the Kingdom of Ruhr before the fall plowing. According to the estimates of the kingdom's agriculture department, the kingdom still needs a total of over 500,000 agricultural magic machines. Newman said with a serious look, "With such a large demand, if we buy them all from here and ship them back, I feel that it would be a large waste. So Chairman I can understand that you're not willing to move the new flyer to our Kingdom of Ruhr, but I hope that your company can at least invest in an agricultural magic machine factory in our Kingdom of Ruhr, right? Or perhaps you can just give us the technology for producing the agricultural magic machines?" He shook his head. "It's impossible for us to transfer the technology for now, but we can consider investing in a factory." Hearing the loosening tone in Yi's voice, Newman was filled with joy as he quickly said, "Then we'll do this. Your new flyer will invest in an agricultural magic machine factory in our Kingdom of Ruhr, and the rest of the orders will be taken care of by this factory. Chairman what do you think? Don't be in a rush." He waved his hand with a smile. Producing agricultural magic machines isn't as simple as building a factory. The most important thing is the workers and materials. First, not mentioning the materials, in our new flyer, the ones who can produce the agricultural magic machines are mostly dwarven workers, and there aren't many qualified human workers right now. Do you think that it's appropriate for me to send these dwarven workers to your kingdom of Ruhr? Dwarves? Newman knit his brows. The attitude towards other races other than humans was the same in all the signs. This was contact between different races. It was completely different from contact between human countries. When it came to race, every country was very cautious. Although the Lampari kingdom was represented by the new flyer, showing that it wasn't as hard for humans to interact with other races as most people thought, no matter who it was, they would always be very cautious when it came to this matter. Newman naturally was an exception. After thinking for a bit, he said, "If it's like this, I feel that I have to report this to His Majesty King William first, and then make a decision after carefully studying it." After saying this, he gave a sigh before continuing, "But this will take quite a bit of time. When the final decision is made and your new flyer invests in the factory, it will take at least a year." "A year isn't that long," Su-Yi said with a faint smile. "Moreover, I have another suggestion. Although the main workers for the agricultural magic machines and the other magic machines are dwarves, our company's household magic machines are basically all done by human workers. So I feel that before investing in a magic machine factory, it's better to invest in a household magic machine factory first." Newman was a bit surprised. Household magic machine factory? Yes. The requirements for household magic machines are relatively low, and we only need to use human workers. So I feel that we can invest in a household magic machine factory in your kingdom of Ruhr first. My consideration is to focus on producing magic fans and magic rice cookers, because your Rudsun Chamber of Commerce already has the technology, so you can cooperate with our company to produce them. Su-Yi said, "My main consideration is that we can explore this method of cooperation first, which will make it easier for us to deepen our cooperation in the future." Newman couldn't help nodding as he praised. "Chairman Su, your considerations are very necessary. Not bad. We can first familiarize ourselves with this method of cooperation, and it'll be much easier for us to cooperate in the future." Su-Yi gave a slight nod. "That's right. If we have a good cooperation in the early stages, it isn't impossible for our new flyer to choose to produce agricultural magic machines with your Rudsun Chamber of Commerce." Although Su-Yi's tone was very calm when he said this, Newman trembled, and he couldn't help looking at Su-Yi with wide eyes. According to Su-Yi's definition of joint venture, this meant that he could also transfer the technology for producing agricultural magic machines. Chapter 338. No matter what, the new flyer investing in a factory in the Kingdom of Ruhr was something that couldn't be decided with just a simple meeting between Su-Yi and Newman. After Newman received confirmation from Su-Yi, he spent the next 3 days solving the problem of the agricultural magic machine order. Then he escorted the first 3,000 agricultural magic machines back to the country. According to what he said, as soon as he returned to Caracas City, he would immediately pass on Su-Yi's idea to King William. He believed that with how much importance King William placed on the new flyer, this investment wouldn't be too much of an obstacle. 3 days later, watching Newman leave the falling rain valley with a horse carriage filled with agricultural magic machines, Su-Yi couldn't help stroking his chin. He turned to look in the direction of the Principality of Constantine to the southwest. Although he hadn't gone to the Kingdom of Ruhr yet, he was certain that based on the enthusiasm Newman showed and the attitude King William conveyed through Newman, it would be much easier to invest in a factory in the Kingdom of Ruhr than the Principality of Constantine. Moreover, according to the introductions of the people who were familiar with the surrounding countries, the people of the Kingdom of Ruhr weren't as lazy as the people of the Principality of Constantine. King William was a diligent king, so the Kingdom of Ruhr was becoming stronger under his leadership. It had already left the Lampari kingdom in the dust. Thinking of the Lampari kingdom's strength, Su-Yi couldn't help giving a sigh. There were times when he couldn't help feeling emotional. Why didn't he transmigrate to one of the stronger countries in the signs, like the Kamla Empire or the Malar Empire? If he was in a strong country like that, the magic machine industry he created would be recognized by the high level of the country and would have more room to develop. It wouldn't be like the Lampari Kingdom, where every step was hard to develop. Because the Lampari Kingdom was weak, they couldn't give Sui much support. When he considered the development of the new flyer, he had to consider the development of the Lampari Kingdom. The more important thing was that the weaker a country like the Lampari Kingdom was, the easier it was to fight for power. If it wasn't for the stubborn conservative faction led by Count Stark acting against the new flyer, forcing Sui to reconsider the development of a new flyer and even sending away Samo Count who supported him the most, according to Sui's plan, Banta City would have already become a magic machine industry city and the economic center of the Lampari Kingdom. It wouldn't have been cut off in the middle by Count Stark like this. The citizens of Banta City secretly cursed Count Stark, but in terms of true hatred, no one could compare to Sui. To Sui, this fellow wasn't just a sinner of Banta City, he could even be considered a sinner of the entire Lampari Kingdom. But Sui couldn't do anything about this. Count Stark's actions represented the attitude of the Stag family, and the attitude of the Stag family represented the stubborn conservative faction of the kingdom. If they kept going, these stubborn conservatives were shouting that the eldest son should inherit the throne, clearly showing that they were supporting His Highness Eric. Then they would definitely be on the same side as Her Highness Seveny and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, as Sui and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't that Count Stag couldn't see the benefits the Frestec Chamber of Commerce brought to Banta City's economic development, but his position decided that he would target the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. It was a good thing that although the king didn't have a clear position on the successor to the throne, he had shown support for Sui and the new flyer through Her Highness Seveny. Whether it was giving Sui the title of Baron, making him the only person in the Lampari Kingdom who was both a noble and a merchant, or raising Sui's title to Viscount, as well as breaking convention and shocking everyone by giving him the Falling Rain Valley and the surrounding area as his private territory. It all showed the absolute support the king had for Sui and the new flyer. It was because of this that although Count Stark wanted to target the new flyer, he could only find a reason to do it and didn't dare do it forcefully. Now that he had his own private territory, Sui could develop according to his own plans, and he didn't need to worry about another situation like Count Stark. Turning back to look at the Falling Rain Valley that had become several times more lively, Sui thought about it before quickly heading to the living area of the valley. Now, the living quarters of the Falling Rain Valley had changed a lot compared to before. After moving the Sandton Manor Factory and the Academy of Magic from Banta City, the number of humans in the Falling Rain Valley had greatly increased. There was now a new area in the living area, which was where the new flyer's human workers lived. The new flyer now had over 6,000 workers. There were over 1,000 dwarves and elves added together, and the rest were all humans. However, the relatives of the dwarves had all moved to the Falling Rain Valley. Only a portion of the human workers chose to live in the Falling Rain Valley due to the long journey. Therefore, the total population of the Falling Rain Valley was more than 10,000, but the number of humans was less than half of that. In fact, the number was even lower than the dwarves and elves. Sui walked into the living area and walked down the main road between the dwarf and human areas, heading deep into the valley. After a while, he arrived at a large field close to the living area. There were currently several hundred people training on the field in 3 groups. There were close to 300 human warriors, 100 dwarven warriors, and 100 elven warriors. The human warriors were training under Heart's lead, and the dwarven warriors were training in pairs like usual. The elven warriors, on the other hand, were very different. Compared to the human warriors and the warriors who were sweating profusely while training, the elven warriors were still graceful and calm even when they were training. They merely stretched their legs and arms, stretched their bodies, and did simple jumps, leaps, and so on. Just from the training, it could be seen that there was a huge difference between the 3 races. The humans placed more emphasis on the whole. The dwarves placed more emphasis on combat and physical strength, and the elves placed more emphasis on balance and coordination. So in terms of individual combat strength, the dwarves and elves were stronger than the humans. They were stronger in small group battles, but when the numbers increased to a certain scale, the humans would be stronger. Of course, there were only 300 human warriors in the training field. If they were to fight against the 100 dwarves and the 100 elves, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. When Sui walked into the drill ground, his footsteps paused for a bit. He recalled the conversation he had with Hart before and ran a simulation in his mind. In the end, he determined that if he wanted to maintain a balance between the 100 dwarves and the elves, even if he brought back the 200 human warriors that were guarding the Black Rice Wasteland, it definitely wouldn't be enough. He had to recruit at least 300 more human warriors to have a chance. However, the 500 human guards in the new flyer were carefully selected elites by Major Matt Conley. It would be too difficult to recruit 300 more, so Sui couldn't do anything for the time being. But fortunately, both the dwarves and elves had a very close relationship with Sui. At the same time, they were under Sui's leadership in name, so he didn't have to worry about this problem. After thinking for a while, Sui walked into the training field and waved his hand to call the human, dwarven, and elven leaders together. After a few words of encouragement, Sui told them his purpose for coming here. Last time, I promised you that I would provide you with suitable equipment. Now that you've been here for a few months, you should have adapted to this place. Then, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Come, tell me your requirements for the equipment. I'll record it down and have someone make it for you. The leader of the dwarves, Omar, and the leader of the elves, Ferio, both looked at the human guard captain, Hart. Hart didn't hold back and bluntly said, "Sir Chairman, we don't have any special requirements. We just need a complete set of armor and weapons. It doesn't need to be too special. The armor and weapons given to the Northern Army are already very good." Sui nodded and looked at Omar and Ferio. Ferio made an inviting gesture to Omar. Omar nodded his thick head and said in a voice as loud as a bell, "Sir Chairman, we dwarves have thick skin and flesh. We don't need armor, but we must have good enough weapons. And the most important thing is that the weapons must be heavy enough to be powerful." Sui smiled faintly. "As long as you like it, with our company's current level craftsmanship, we can make a few tons of pure steel axes. Do you want one? A few tons?" Omar's eyes widened and he waved his hands. "That's too exaggerated. Even if I, Omar, am strong enough, I can't lift a few tons of axes. Not so big. 1 or 200 kilograms would be good." Sui couldn't help but roll his eyes. What did he mean by 1 or 200 kilograms would be good? The dwarf's strength was really terrifying. After getting Omar's opinion, Sui finally looked at Ferio. Ferio shook his head. "Chairman, we elves make our own weapons and equipment. We don't need you to provide them." "Is that so?" Sui smiled and asked, "But Elder Alucia told me that your Night Song tribe has less than 300 warriors with their own weapons and equipment. And because of the difficulty of making arrows, which are the most important to you, you cherish every arrow you shoot. You even have to think of a way to recover them after shooting them. Am I right?" Ferio nodded lightly. "Yes. These resources are hard to come by, so we have to cherish them." Seeing the disapproving expression on Sui's face, Ferio added, "I think humans and dwarves are the same on this point. No matter what kind of weapon or equipment it is very difficult to make, so no one is willing to waste it." Hart and Omar nodded in unison. "That's right. We dwarves used to like to use small flying axes as long-range weapons, but we felt that it was too wasteful and gradually stopped using them." Omar said. Hart smiled bitterly. "Sir Chairman, I came from the Northern Army. I think you and Major Matt Conley have dealt with so many things, so you should know how miserable we are." Sui nodded and smiled. "Then if I told you that you have an endless supply of weapons and equipment, would you believe me? For example, Ferio, if I told you that you have an endless supply of arrows, what would you think?" "That's impossible," Ferio immediately said without hesitation. Chapter 339. Ferio doesn't believe it. Elder Alucia revealed a faint smile. Her smile was as dazzling as a human girl's. making people not think of her true age at all. It seems like I need to find some time to have a proper talk with him. If his ideas don't change, he won't be able to keep up with the changes in this world. You can't blame him for this. After all, for an elven warrior who had to be careful when shooting an arrow and trained his archery skills to a high level to suddenly accept that he can wantonly waste arrows, that really is a bit difficult. He said with a smile. It's a good thing that this kind of thing won't happen in the future. Elder Alicia turned to look at the arrow shafts on the plastic production line not far away. With this production line, we can produce over 3,000 plastic arrows in a single day, so there's no need to worry about wasting some. If it's only 3,000 a day, it actually isn't enough. He shook his head. The 30 magic repeating crossbows that were sent to the Northern Army received good reviews, so the Army headquarters has placed an order for 500 magic repeating crossbows with our company, which I've already accepted. But because the magic repeating crossbows consume too many arrows, if they used pure steel arrows like when a Northern Army fought the Sack Kingdom's greedy regiment, it really would be a waste. So I recommended the new plastic arrows to the Army headquarters. I think that it won't be long before the Army headquarters sends people to inspect the plastic arrows. If nothing unexpected happens, they will directly place a large order. All right, I'll have Amelud and Delil receive them seriously. He looked at Elder Alicia and suddenly asked, Elder Alicia, I've always wanted to ask a question. Why didn't you take the role of the Night Song tribe's representative and chose Delil? With your wisdom, I feel that if you handle this matter, it will be much smoother. Elder Alicia gently shook her head and sighed. I'm already old. The future of the Night Song tribe still needs to be inherited by young people like Amelud and Delil. Therefore, not only will I not be the person to negotiate with the outside world, but I will also try to reduce my guidance to the tribe in the future so that they can adapt to the tribe without me. Sui looked at Elder Alicia's beautiful face, which looked like a young human girl in her early 20s. He frowned and said, I don't think you're old at all. With your appearance, you're still young among us humans. There's no need for you to consider retirement so early, right? Thank you for your compliment. However, it was a fact that I was old. No matter how I looked, I had already reached the later stages of an elf's life. The reason why we still maintain this appearance is just a characteristic of us elves. Elder Alicia paused for a bit before suddenly asking Chairman Sue, do you think Agnes is beautiful enough? He was stunned. Of course Agnes is beautiful. What about it? Elder Alicia only nodded and didn't keep discussing. He could only keep his doubts in his stomach. He followed Elder Alicia's meaning and continued to discuss the production of these plastic arrows. The material used to make these plastic arrows was a new type of plastic material developed by the elves of the Night Song tribe when they were experimenting with plastic formulas. It had extremely tough characteristics. If it was used to make arrows, it would not be any worse than the best wood. Moreover, because it was produced in batches, the length, thickness, and weight of the arrows were all the same. Adding in the custom-made arrowheads, the entire arrow's specifications were uniform. Like this, when shooting, it was easier to use these arrows. Moreover, it was more suitable for the magic repeating crossbows that had strict requirements for arrows. In the several months of battle between the Northern Army and the Sack Kingdom for the Muerto Mountains, although the Northern Army had used their powerful battle strength to take back control of the Muerto Mountains, this battle strength was built on the advantage of powerful equipment. Other than the complete weapons and equipment, as well as the might of the magic trebuchets, in all the battles, the most important thing that wasn't the most dazzling was the arrows that consumed the most resources. It was because of the countless arrows that didn't seem to cost anything that the Northern Army could suppress the Sack Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment from beginning to end, making them unable to resist at all. But this kind of suppression consumed a terrifying amount of arrows. In the last few battles of the counterattack, although it only lasted for less than half a month, during which less than 20 battles were carried out, the total number of arrows consumed was more than 100,000. The Northern Army could have such a large amount of arrows because of the large amounts of pure steel arrows produced by the Army headquarters arsenal, which ensured that the Northern Army consumed a large amount of arrows. The problem was that the cost of these pure steel arrows was just too high. On average, each arrow cost at least 30 silver coins. 100,000 arrows. That was a large expenditure of 30,000 gold coins. To the impoverished kingdom's military, winning this battle and reclaiming the Muerto Mountains, which had an extremely important strategic significance, was still a cause for celebration. However, just the expenditure of 30,000 gold coins for 100,000 arrows was something that they could not really afford to sustain. Adding in the cost of the magic trebuchets and the equipment that the soldiers wore in this battle between the Northern Army and the Sac Kingdom, the Army headquarters had invested a large amount of over 100,000 gold coins for the Northern Army. The other consumption was fine since the equipment and the magic trebuchets could be used again, but after the arrows were shot out, even if they cleaned up the battlefield, a small half of them were used. In the end, the Army headquarters found that in this battle, they had spent over 10,000 gold coins on arrows. When Sue went to see Major Matt Conley last time and heard him talk about this problem, he had an idea and suggested using plastic arrows instead. Although plastic arrows couldn't compare to pure steel arrows, the arrows that covered the sky were mainly used for suppression. Not to mention that the strength of the plastic arrows wasn't that bad. It was even stronger than the iron arrowheads and wooden arrows used by the Lampari Kingdom's army. It was definitely suitable for the current Signs battlefield. After a few days, Major Matt Conley received the plastic arrows that Sue had sent someone to deliver to him. After learning that the cost of these plastic arrows was only 8 silver coins, he immediately decided that the Army headquarters would use these plastic arrows in the future. Based on the letter Major Matt Conley sent to Sue, as long as the Army headquarters was satisfied with the results of the plastic arrows, they would order at least 500,000 arrows. According to the military's price of 9 silver coins per plastic arrow, 500,000 plastic arrows would be 45,000 gold coins. For the Night Song tribe's newly established plastic processing factory to receive such a large amount on their first order, it could be considered a good start. Actually, according to my true thoughts, I don't really want to accept this order. Elder Alicia picked up a plastic arrow, and after sizing it up, she softly sighed. The purpose of establishing this plastic processing factory is to allow our tribe to have deeper contact with humans, not to participate in the war between humans. For humans, war is an eternal theme. It can't be avoided. Sue helplessly sighed. I hate war as much as you do, but when it can't be avoided, I won't resist it. If you don't want to accept this order, then I can represent the new flyer to accept it. As long as you send a few technicians to guide us, I believe our company can quickly and smoothly produce these plastic arrows. There's no need. Since we've already decided to participate in the lives of humans, running away isn't a method. Although this can be considered interfering in the war between you humans, if this thing is sold as a normal product, it isn't that hard to accept. Elder Alicia said. Sue revealed a faint smile. He thought that Elder Alicia wasn't a pure little elf girl like Agnes. She wouldn't easily hand over the important plastic processing technology. How about this? Elder Alicia, I'll be making a trip to Banna City tonight. Have Dalil come with me, and I'll bring her to meet the chairman of the large companies in Banna City. As for how to introduce your plastic processing factory and how to promote it, I won't meddle in this, and will let Dalil take care of it herself. What do you think? Sue thought about it before giving the suggestion. According to the way we elves do things, this is a kind of charity for us, and I should reject it. Elder Alicia revealed a smile. But since we want to integrate into the lives of humans, we have to follow the ways of humans. This can be considered a cooperation between us, and I'm very happy to see Chairman Sue extend a helping hand to us. Sue laughed. That's right. We are all partners. There's no need to treat this as charity. If you want to be fair, you just need to give me a corresponding return in the future. This is a very normal transaction, isn't it? Yes. I think I have to warn Dalil ahead of time and have her learn how to become a qualified human merchant from you. Elder Alicia said with a nod. I'm very dissatisfied with her performance when she applied for the plastic processing factory in Banna City with young Miss Steele's help. so I hope that she can improve under Chairman Sue's guidance. I'm honored. Sue revealed a faint smile. Chapter 340. It had been a long time since the new flyer held a press conference. Whether it was product announcements or press conferences, the people of Banda City were already used to the new flyer announcing new magic machines and large pieces of news every 2 years. Now, that it had been close to 4 months since the last bicycle product announcement, the new flyer didn't do anything, so everyone couldn't get used to it. So when the Banta Times announced that the new flyer would be holding a press conference on the 24th of July, 3 days ahead of time, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Banda City. It wasn't just because this was the new flyer's press conference after several months. It was also because this press conference was a bit different from the previous ones. First, this press conference was just a press conference. It didn't say if it was a product announcement or if it was just a press conference to announce some things. Second, this press conference was actually held at night and not in the morning like before. Finally, what people paid attention to the most was that this press conference was held at the old site of great magician Camilla's magic tower. When they saw this news, almost everyone immediately reacted. 3 months ago, great magician Camilla's magic tower had been torn down by great magician Camilla. He then built a wall around the ruins and drew the curtains, so people couldn't see what was inside at all. Finally, there was a sign outside the ruins that was still there. It said, "New Flyer's new concept modern magic house. In 3 months, please look forward to it." Calculating the time, it had indeed been 3 months. Every time the people of Banda City passed by Carmilla's magic tower, they would see this sign. But because they couldn't see what was inside, they became more and more curious about this new concept modern magic house. Now that they saw the news in the Banda Times and knew that the new flyer was holding a press conference here, they immediately connected this new concept modern magic house to this press conference. If nothing unexpected happened, the new flyer should be planning to announce this new concept modern magic house through this press conference. So the curiosity that had been building up in the hearts of the people of Banda City for a long time was raised high. As soon as the sky turned dark, countless people of Banda City rushed to the old site of great magician Camilla's magic tower. The last time this kind of situation happened was when the city square was reopened after the renovation project was completed. Seeing a similar situation this time, everyone couldn't help but connect the two. The new flyer last time had opened the eyes of the people of Banda City, so they believed that this time the new flyer wouldn't disappoint everyone. This new concept modern magic house would definitely give everyone a novel experience. But it was different from when the new city square opened last time. Even though it was night this time, Banda City wasn't completely dark. Because of the street lamps, most of Banda City was still lit up, so people didn't need to carry magic lamps out like last time. After people went out with expectant and nostalgic feelings, they quickly gathered in the empty space in front of great magician Camilla's magic tower. They easily filled the streets that connected to this place, almost recreating the scene of the new city square that night. But this time, a new flyer didn't make everyone wait as long as last time. Because it was the middle of summer, the sky turned dark rather late. When it was 8 that the new flyer announced in the Banda Times, the sky had just turned dark. As night fell, the street lamps in the surrounding streets gradually lit up. Everyone looked at the street lamps that brought light, and the nostalgia they had for the new flyer deepened. At this time, the curtain covering great magician Camilla's magic tower was suddenly removed. Before everyone could see what appeared under the curtain, there was an orange light that suddenly lit up. This light was bright and not dazzling, so everyone could see their surroundings with this light. What appeared in front of everyone was actually a very ordinary-looking 2-story residential building. Everyone was stunned. They never would have thought that after the new flyer made them wait for 3 months and had piqued everyone's curiosity, it would actually show a normal 2-story house in front of them. What was there to show? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a familiar figure walked out from the orange light. After seeing the figure clearly under the light, the crowd instantly went into an uproar. Chairman Sue. Oh my God, it's actually Chairman Sue. It can't be, right? Could it be that Chairman Sue is holding this press conference? This, this is too unbelievable. It's actually Chairman Sue. Chairman Sue, long time no see. Seeing Sue E under the orange light, the people who were closer and saw his face immediately cheered and loudly greeted Sue E. Since Kennard was announced as the new Flyers general manager, Sue E had never appeared in public again. Although the Banta Times would report some news about him, without seeing him personally, the people of Banta City felt that something was missing. Especially after the new Flyer left Banta City, Sue E hadn't returned to Banta City for close to 2 months. This made everyone feel that Sue E had already given up on Banta City. Had the new Flyer already given up on Banta City? The people of Banta City were well aware of the changes that Sue E and the new Flyer had brought to Banta City. They were very clear that if it wasn't for Sue E and the new Flyer, Banta City wouldn't have had such a large change in just 2 short years. It would have greatly changed everyone's lives. So although no one said it, in their hearts, the people of Banta City approved of Sue E even more than Count Samo and great magician Camilla. Now that they saw Sue E appear in front of everyone again after several months, other than nostalgia in their hearts, they were also filled with joy. The new Flyer had chosen to hold their press conference in Banta City, and Sue E had personally appeared. This meant that Sue E and the new Flyer hadn't given up on Banta City, so there was still hope for Banta City. Seeing the excited looks on everyone's faces under the street lights, Sue E waved his hand at everyone with a smile, creating another round of cheers. Sue E couldn't help feeling happy. He thought that he might have become a star in the hearts of the people of Banta City. After giving 2 coughs to clear his throat, Sue E raised his right hand and had everyone calm down. Then he used the sound-amplifying magic to say, "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our new Flyers press conference." Holding this press conference after such a long time, does everyone miss it? The crowd broke out in laughter. "That's right, it's been too long." "That's right, Chairman Sue. If you didn't hold this press conference, we might have forgotten about your new Flyer." "Stop speaking nonsense. There are new Flyer magic machines all over our house. How could we forget?" Huh. We miss your new Flyers press conference very much. Chairman Sue, what new things are you introducing to us at this press conference?" "That's right. If there's anything new, quickly tell us." "A few days ago, I was discussing with people what the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's next magic machine would be. We're all very curious. Chairman Sue, quickly introduce it." "Quickly, we can't wait any longer." Hearing the voices of the crowd, Sue E revealed a faint smile. He raised his hand to have everyone calm down before turning to point at the 2-story building behind him. "It's a pity that this is a press conference. I'm not introducing a new product to everyone, but rather a new concept of life." Seeing the doubt on everyone's faces, Sue E didn't wait for them to ask. He pointed at the 2-story building and said, "I think that everyone already knows that we put up a sign here, and the sign says that this is the new concept modern magic house. Then here, I'll introduce to everyone that this so-called new concept is actually a new concept of life. The so-called new concept of life is to allow everyone to break away from their previous lifestyle. From this day forth, relying on the power of magic, you will be able to live a new life. First, please look at this magic lamp." Sue E pointed at the orange magic lamp hanging at the entrance of the 2-story building. Then he raised a finger to point at everyone and pressed it down in front of everyone. The magic lamp suddenly went out, causing everyone to cry out in shock. Everyone immediately realized that this long-distance magic lamp technology had been reported in the Banta Times before. It said that this was a long-distance magic transmission technology developed by New Flyer. Using this technology in Banta City right now, there are the street lamps on the sides and the lights in the new city square. Now, this orange magic lamp obviously used the same technology. Sue E pressed down with his finger again, and the orange magic lamp at the entrance lit up again, lighting up the space in front of the small building again. "Everyone, look, the switch for the entrance light is by the door." Like this, it can guarantee that as long as you enter the door, you can press the switch and light up the space behind the door, so you don't need to enter in the dark. Suyi's voice sounded again. Other than that, you don't need to worry about turning it off. On the other side of the door, there is also a control switch. As long as you press the switch, you can control the magic lamp. It can guarantee that the light outside will be turned off after you enter, and it can be turned on when you want to go out at night, lighting up the path outside. Hearing Suyi's explanation, everyone couldn't help secretly nodding. Although this design sounded very simple, it was a very considerate design. It completely considered the needs of people when they used it, and it could be said that it was the same as the household magic machines New Flyer made before. It was very considerate and made people feel very comfortable using it. Although this entrance light is simple, it represents the characteristics of a new concept of life that I'm proposing today. It is convenient, comfortable, and fast. He had a faint smile as he continued his introduction. Moreover, this entrance light is just the beginning. In this magic room that doesn't seem to be anything special, there are other things that represent this concept. Everyone, please listen to my explanation. Chapter 341. It was just a double switch for the entrance lamp. So of course it couldn't completely represent the new life concept that Su-Yi and New Flyer wanted to introduce through this magic house. With Su-Yi's following explanation, the people outside gradually understood that this so-called new concept of living was to make people's lives completely different from before. It would integrate all kinds of household magic machines into their lives, allowing them to live a more convenient, faster, and more comfortable life. For example, after opening the door with the entrance lamp, one only needed to press a switch to turn on a magic lamp in the living room on the first floor, lighting up the entire living room. After working all day and coming home, it was clear that one needed to drink a cup of hot water to calm their mind. It was very simple. They just needed to press the switch and the magic kettle would boil a pot of steaming hot water in 5 minutes. They didn't need to drink half-warm water like before or use the firewood stove to boil water like before. It was also very simple to eat. The magic bread maker or the magic rice cooker was placed in the kitchen and one just needed to put in the prepared ingredients. They just needed to press the switch and wait for a while to enjoy the freshly baked bread and steaming hot rice. Do you still need to cook? That was also very simple. New Flyer's newly developed magic stove was already prepared, and one just needed to put in a magic crystal. After pressing the switch, the magic stove would naturally release a flame, allowing one to avoid the tedious process of using firewood to make a fire. Moreover, the switch on a magic stove could be turned to adjust the size of the flame. This allowed one to use a large flame to cook or use a small flame to cook. Compared to the traditional firewood stove, the biggest advantage of the magic stove was that it took less space. There was no need for a stove that took up over a square meter and was at least waist high. The length and width of the magic stove were no more than 40 centimeters, and it was no more than 13 centimeters tall. It could be casually placed on the table, and it could easily produce the fire needed for cooking. What? You're still worried about the smoke? Please, could it be that you haven't had enough of the smoke from the firewood stove before? The magic stove was much better in this aspect, all right? This was because the flames of the magic furnace were produced by the fire magic needle, so it wouldn't produce any smoke like when burning firewood. If you had to consider the problem of cooking oil, it was even simpler. This magic room was equipped with the New Flyer's newest magic range hood. All right, after you finish cooking, you can take out the ale that has been chilled ahead of time from the magic refrigerator and enjoy your dinner with the freshly cooked dishes. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they would rest for a bit. In this hot summer where it was easy to sweat, taking a bath was a must, right? There was no need to worry. This magic room was specially equipped with a bathroom and various water pipes have been set up. As long as you press the switch, the magic water pump would draw the water from the well that was buried underground to the water storage tank on the top floor of this small building. The water storage tank could fill up to a ton of water, which was enough for a family of 4 to use for an entire day. If you find it too cold to take a bath in cold water, it doesn't matter. You could just turn on a magic water heater, and you can enjoy the warm water in your bath. All right, after taking a bath, there was something you had to personally take care of, which was washing your clothes. If you find this tiring, then please wait patiently for a bit. New Flyer's magic washing machine was currently being developed, and according to Su Yi's introduction, this new product should be released within the year, saving you the effort of washing your clothes. Therefore, when you return home after a tiring day, you will find that as long as you live in such a magical house, the number of things you need to do will be reduced by a lot. Naturally, your fatigue will be reduced rapidly, and at the same time, you can save a lot of time. When it's late at night and you need a rest, you just need to press the main switch and all the magic machines in the room will stop working. The magic room will become peaceful again, and you can enjoy a sweet sleep. This kind of life, aren't you moved? Suki didn't know if other people were moved or not, but he was certain that after he finished explaining, everyone present clearly revealed moved expressions. When Sui announced that the magic house was officially open and people were allowed to go in and experience it, people went crazy as they desperately wanted to go in and experience the dreamy new concept that Sui had described as the first thing they did. If it wasn't for Sui warning everyone ahead of time to follow orders and enter in batches, this magic room that had just been finished for less than a week would have been destroyed by these crazy people. Seeing Keurig lead the first batch of 5 people into the magic room, Sui revealed a faint smile before retreating into the darkness. Although Keurig had come here after hearing Cantona's introduction, through the personal test of the Human Resource Department in Kennard, it proved that he was a person with a flexible mind, clear logic, and strong language skills. He was very suited to be the tour guide of this modern magic room, in charge of introducing the new flyer to the visitors. So Sui was quite assured in him. "Chairman Sui, are we leaving now?" When Sui came to the back of the magic room, Dalil came out of the darkness to greet him. Sui looked up at the sky and found that the crescent moon was already in the sky, so he nodded. "Let's go." The two of them left the magic room through the back door and went into a quiet alley that was completely different from the front door. They boarded a horse carriage that had been waiting here for a long time and headed to the city lord's manor. After the horse carriage set off, Sui looked at Dalil sitting in front of him. Seeing the tense expression on her face, he couldn't help saying with a smile, "I thought that you elves would never be nervous." "Chairman Sui, don't laugh at me." Dalil shook her head with a bitter smile. Although she was the person that Elder Lucia had specially chosen to be in charge of the Night Song tribe's plastic processing factory, she was naturally better at receiving people. But this was only her performance in the Night Song tribe. When it came to dealing with humans, even doing business that seemed very complicated to the elves, there was a lot of pressure on her. Last time Dalil came to Banna City with Steel to complete the application for the plastic processing factory. Even with Steel's help, she still met many problems. So she felt very nervous and difficult. "Actually, there's no need to be nervous," Sui said with a smile. "Don't think of this matter as too complicated. The business of us humans is just buying and selling, to put it bluntly. You are representing the plastic processing factory now. So with the position of your factory, you're mainly selling plastic products. So you just need to think about what kind of things you want to sell and what kind of price you want to sell them for. You don't need to think about anything else for now. You just need to slowly understand it in the future." Many thanks for Chairman Sui's guidance." Dalil nodded before knitting her brows. Dalil knit her brows, "But we don't know what we can sell now, because no matter what kind of plastic products we made before, Chairman Sui had us do it." Sui thought about it before looking out the window. He suddenly raised his voice to have the driver stop the carriage before waving his hand at Dalil. Come and take a look." Dalil was confused as she followed Sui out of the carriage, following him to a clothing store that wasn't closed yet. This clothing store obviously didn't have much business. The only woman in the store, who was in her 30s, was lying on the counter in a daze with a bored look on her face. When she heard the sound of someone walking in, she suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. She immediately put on a smile and stopped. However, when she was about to greet them, she suddenly saw Sui come in first. The smile on her face froze before she revealed an even brighter smile and called out in an exaggerated voice, "Chairman Sui, why are you here? What? Am I not welcome?" Sui laughed. He looked around and found a very new magic air conditioner on the wall of the store. He pointed at the magic air conditioner and asked, "Big Sister Sarah, when did you change this magic air conditioner?" This store was the one that Sue he had passed by last year when he was shopping with Steele. The owner was this woman named Sarah. Last year, she had complained to Sue that the magic air conditioner she bought before was affected by rust. Sue had told her that there would be a magic air conditioner that wouldn't rust soon. Looking at it now, she had actually decisively changed to New Flyer's new magic air conditioner that was made of silver leaf steel. "I changed it when your New Flyer released the new magic air conditioner last year, and it has been over a year now." Big Sister Sarah replied with a smile, before curiously looking at DeLille, who came in behind Sue. She then asked, "Chairman Sue, could it be that you're planning on choosing clothes for this elven young miss today?" Because of the New Flyer, although the people of Banna City were still a bit surprised when they saw elves, they didn't react as strongly as before. Especially for a clothing store owner like Sarah, there were many female elven employees of New Flyer who came to buy human clothes. Naturally, she wasn't surprised that there was a female elf following Sue E. To be honest, she was more surprised that Sue E. would appear here today. Since New Flyer moved out of Sandton Manor and developed in the Falling Rain Valley, Sue E. hadn't appeared in Banna City for several months. "No, I'm just bringing her to take a look. Perhaps not long from now, your store will be using the things made by elves." Sue E. replied with a smile before turning to DeLille. "How about it? Do you see anything you can make?" Chapter 342. DeLille didn't answer immediately. Instead, she walked around the small shop and carefully observed every corner. Then, she came to Sarah and pointed to a rack of clothes. "How much did you spend to buy this?" she asked, pointing to the clothes on the rack next to her. "Excuse me, how much did you spend to buy this?" Big Sister Sarah paused and then smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, it's not convenient for me to disclose the price of the clothes." "No, I'm not asking about the clothes. I'm asking about the clothes that are holding it up. You humans seem to call it a clothes rack, right?" DeLille asked again. "Clothes rack?" Big Sister Sarah looked at DeLille in confusion and then looked at Sue E. with an inquiring gaze. Sue E. nodded slightly to her. "Big Sister Sarah, it shouldn't be inconvenient for you to disclose the price of the clothes. Tell her. Maybe you can get some benefits from her." "Get some benefits?" Big Sister Sarah looked at DeLille in confusion. She didn't feel like she would get any benefits from this beautiful female elf, but out of her trust in Sue E., she honestly replied, "If it's a clothes rack, I ordered it from the Tyrene Chamber of Commerce. On average, one costs about 17 silver coins." 17 silver coins? DeLille thought for a bit and turned to ask Sue, "Is this price high? High or not as relative?" Sue E. smiled. "DeLille, if there's a cheaper alternative, then the price is naturally high. But if there isn't, then there's no concept of high or not." "I understand." DeLille nodded and then asked Big Sister Sarah, "Then may I ask if I sell you a clothes rack that has the same effect, and might even be better, but I only ask for 15 silver coins each, will you buy it?" Big Sister Sarah paused again. "Nonsense. If there's something better and cheaper, of course I'll buy it. But where's the cheaper clothes rack? Right? Speaking of which, you elves live in the forest. Do you also know how to make wooden clothes racks?" "No, I'm not talking about that." DeLille shook her head and rummaged through her body. She took out a thin piece of paper and handed it to Sister Sarah. "Sister Sarah, let me reintroduce myself. I am the business manager of the Night Song Plastic Processing Factory. This is my business card. Please accept it." Big Sister Sarah was stunned for a long time. Then she turned to look at Sue E. in disbelief, only to find that the expression on his face was also extremely strange, and he looked like he was trying to hold back his laughter. She couldn't help but be even more baffled. "Chairman Sue, what is this cough?" No, it's nothing. Don't be surprised." Sue used a lot of effort to force himself not to laugh. Seeing this female elf seriously take out a business card and introduce herself as the manager of a certain factory. Even if this scene was personally designed by Sue E., seeing it with his own eyes, he almost broke out in laughter because of the strong sense of dissonance. Big Sister Sarah, let me explain to you. This elven miss, named Delil, comes from a plastic processing factory. As for plastic, I think that you should have some understanding of it from our new flyers advertisements. Sui asked. I know a bit, but I don't know much. Big Sister Sarah honestly replied. Actually, our new flyer uses plastic in many of our products. For example, our newest Magic Fans casing is made of plastic. Not only is it light, it's also beautiful and durable. It's much better than the previous iron casing. Sui then said, and I know, my husband has bought one of each of your company's Magic Fans. The newest plastic-cased Magic Fan is much lighter than the first iron-cased Magic Fan, so it's much easier to move around. Big Sister Sisura said with a smile. That's right. When Delil asked you about the clothes hangers, I think that she should have thought of making plastic clothes hangers to replace your wooden clothes hangers. In my opinion, plastic clothes hangers are indeed better than the wooden ones you use because the surface of plastic can be made very smooth, but the surface of the wooden clothes hangers you use is very rough. I'm afraid that it will easily scratch the clothes. That's right. I've raised this problem with the Tire Chamber of Commerce each time, but they can't do it well. It makes it so that I have to be careful when hanging up clothes. But I sell clothes, so I can't not hang them up to show them. Because of this, I've been racking my brains. Big Sister Sarah complained. Sui revealed a faint smile and looked at Delil with his eyes. Delil immediately understood and quickly said, if you use the plastic clothes hangers we make, there won't be this problem because we can guarantee that the surface of the plastic clothes hangers will be as smooth as skin and there won't be any spikes. Really? Big Sister Sarah looked at Delil with a doubtful gaze. Delil looked at Sui and Sui smiled, but didn't say anything. So she thought about it before replying, if you need it, we can first make a finished product for you to experience. After you're satisfied, we can customize it. It's fine if it's like this. Big Sister Sarah considered it for a bit before taking the card from Delil to look at. Night Song Plastic Processing Factory? I remember. Chairman Sui, the elven tribe that your new flyer has a good relationship with is called the Night Song tribe, right? Could it be that this plastic processing factory was opened by the elven tribe? That's right. Sui found Big Sister Sarah's surprised expression a bit funny. You don't need to worry about their abilities because the plastic products used in our company's magic machines are all made by the elves of the Night Song tribe. Think about it. They can even make the complicated outer shell of the Magic Fan so perfectly. So this small coat hanger definitely won't be a problem, right? The things made by the elves will definitely be perfect. Big Sister Sarah thought about it before nodding. All right, I'll order 100 plastic coat hangers to try first. If I'm satisfied with them, I'll recommend this thing to my friends. Many thanks for your patronage. Seeing that her hard work had paid off, Delil revealed a happy smile. She quickly set a time and method for handing over the finished product with Big Sister Sarah. When everything was finished, Delil and Sui left. After getting into the horse carriage, the smile on her face was still very bright. Congratulations, Delil. Although this order is very small, it means that you finally made your first business with your own hard work, so it has a memorable meaning. Sui said with a smile. This was all done with Chairman Sui's help. It can't be considered relying on my own hard work. Delil quickly said, no need to be modest. Being able to think of plastic coat hangers was completely based on your own abilities. I didn't say anything. Sui waved his hand and said, but now that you've taken the most important first step, I might as well give you a small hint. Please speak. Delil immediately put on an expression of listening attentively. Although it's good that you thought of using plastic coat hangers to replace wooden ones, you can actually extend it further. Think about it. Although the coat hangers can hang clothes for everyone to see, just by hanging them on the coat hangers, it can't display the characteristics of the clothes, right? Sui said. Delil thought about it before asking, you mean to make something that can support the clothes and display its characteristics? Sui gave Delil a thumbs up and praised. Very good. Delil, it's no wonder Elder Lucia had you act as the representative for this factory. It has to be said, your reactions really are fast and your mind is very flexible. I think it won't be long before you can become a qualified business manager. Dalil was an elf after all. She didn't show any strange emotions like a normal human and said some polite words. Instead, she nodded lightly and said, "I will work hard." Chairman Sue, I thought about it. To perfectly support the clothes and display the characteristics of the clothes, it's actually the body itself. I think we can make a model that's the same size and shape as a human body and then put the clothes on the model. This way, we can perfectly achieve this effect. Sue, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Although he was actually referring to the mannequin, he didn't expect Dalil to think of this point so quickly. It could be seen that the elf race's creativity wasn't as good as humans, but it wasn't completely useless. On the contrary, at the very least, Dalil showed off her creativity today, just like Sui. The two discussed the details of the plastic clothes hanger and the mannequin on the horse carriage. Very soon, the horse carriage arrived in front of the city lord's manor. Sui jumped out of the horse carriage and looked at the city lord's manor that he hadn't seen in a long time, as he couldn't help revealing a sigh. Just a few months ago, he would often come to the city lord's manor, but during this time he almost never came to Banna City, so there was no need to mention the city lord's manor. Chairman Sue, I really don't understand. Why is it that the Banta City Lord is clearly not friendly to you and the new flyer? So why did you accept his invitation to come to this banquet? Dalil on the side asked Sui with a confused look. Dalil, now that you're an official merchant, you have to remember something. Sui said with a faint smile. For a qualified merchant, personal grudges aren't important. What affects a merchant's decisions will always be benefits. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.